Yes, sir, whenever you're ready. It's 5:30.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, August 3rd school board meeting. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We are a little overcrowded tonight, but based on our social distancing, we are not going to allow standing in the back of the room. We're getting some chairs brought into the lobby area, and you should be able to hear in the lobby area. And I know at the last meeting afterwards, two meetings ago, I got a couple people told me they were not able to hear. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
In the whole room?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe board two, if we could just speak up as we speak to that. And I'm fine if we get tired and start talking soft, raise your hand and we'll speak back up. We begin each meeting with an invocation, which will be led today by Pastor Jessica Reedy from the City of Life Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Jose Gonzalez, our Director of Finance. Our mission statement will be read by Mr. John Boyd, Director of Government Labor and Relations, and our translation services by Dr. Arsenio Soto, our Executive Director for Multicultural Department. So if you would rise with me, please. And please silence your cell phones too if you haven't done so already. Pastor Reedy here? If not, if you'd join me just in a moment of silence and we'll proceed with the pledge. Mr. Gonzalez, if you...
Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated, Mr. Boyd.
The mission of the School District of Osceola County is inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. Let's try it again. The mission of the school district.
I don't think that mic is on.
I'll just try and speak very loud. The mission of the School District of Osceola County, Florida is inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens.
Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Good evening, my name is Osceola and I'm here to provide translation services. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Osceola y estoy aquí para proveer servicios de traducción.
Martha, you gonna check this out?
Test, here.
You'll turn it on, work?
Turn it off, you mean?
Turn it on, just. We are gonna begin with, actually, before we begin with positive comments, Mr. Kreppenbacher, we have a board member who cannot be with us tonight, just some extenuating circumstances. He is online. Do we need to vote to allow him into the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Board, we have to have a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello, a second by Mr. Bass to allow Mr. Melendez to join the Tuesday, August 3rd school board meeting virtually. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, Julius, you're in. Can you hear us?
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I can hear well.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine. In fact, would you, I don't know if you have positive comments, but since you're talking, we can start with you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I can't believe the summer's almost over. We just had a welcome back for administrators and for teachers. And so just to see that excitement at the beginning of the school year, We emphasize mental health, because that's an important component, as some of these students return back to school for the first time and going all digital, that, there may be some issues with returning back to a classroom. And so, we want to make sure, and the superintendent has guaranteed, that there's going to be at least one mental health professional at every single school, if not more. But, at the very minimum, there's going to be somebody there to be able to speak with students and kids and make sure that they're okay. And that we want to make sure that staff is aware of it and they can encourage them, because mental health has a negative stigma, but we want to put a positive spin on it. Just want to make sure that you're okay, and just a wellness check. Hey, if there's any issues at all, please don't hesitate to talk to your teachers and staff and let them know, hey, I'm having some issues adjusting or have questions, we're here for you. And so, again, I'm really happy that the staff and administrators are just coming back with a renewed sense of energy, back to the district. And then lastly, we had a back to school drive, and it was very successful. There's one in St. Cloud and Sydney, and staff was able to give them information. And so we're helping students, really get started on the right foot.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. Ms. Castillo?
Nothing, sir, thank you.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, I'd also like to send a shout out to our special programs team. They were awesome. They were disseminating information like crazy on that backpack giveaway day. All the volunteers that we had that came out and supported us, a ton of 400 backpacks. It was a lot of putting pencils in backpacks and so on. And it was just a long time that people invested. They didn't get any accolades or nothing for it, just to be able to contribute to their community. So I was very appreciative of that and very happy to be there and to see it. I also wanted to thank all the people who have reached out to me over the past several weeks just to talk about school board issues, and vendors who wanted to participate. And I think that the people in the community have seen that I have a very open door policy, and they've been using it. So I appreciate it. Please come, please speak, and I look forward to meeting you.
Mr. Bass?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for attending. It's good to see everyone. First of all, I want to welcome our new teachers, and I'm glad that you have chosen Osceola County District to be your new home, and I wish you the very best of luck. Returning teachers, hope you had a well-rested summer, ready to hit the ground running and start paving our way to an A. And wish you all the best of luck, and thank you for everything that you do for our kids in the district. Since our last meeting, we had our State of Education meeting, and there's 3 people I really want to thank and the rest of their team, but Dana, Martha, and Ruben, you made us all look good, and that's kind of hard to do, and I really appreciate that. Tried to convince my daughter that I memorized all of that, and it didn't work, so she didn't buy it. I'm in the process now for the last 2 weeks of meeting with all the principals in my school district to find out anything that they need. I want to thank Tanya for helping me schedule all of those meetings. It's been very, very helpful. The last couple meetings I've been giving you kind of an update of our Boys and Girls Club. We have an exploratory committee that we feel that St. Cloud it needs a Boys and Girls Club. And our group has come together and we've narrowed it down to a single location. It's actually owned by the school district. That's the reason I'm bringing it up. It fits the need. It's got classrooms, it's got bathrooms, it's got a small kitchen, handicap accessible. So this Friday we're meeting with the COO of the Boys and Girls Club. They're going to come down, and we're crossing our fingers. If he gives us our good graces and we fit with the parameters of the Boys and Girls Club, then we're going to move it into try to funding all of that. So that's real exciting news. And as Mr. Arguello said, it's backpack and school supply season, and I want to thank everybody who participated in that. It sure does help offset the cost of some of the families in need. I received a phone call a couple weeks ago from a dear friend of mine, Angela Edie. We grew up together. So she said, somebody's leaving off Hopkins Park, kids in Hopkins Park here, because the city of St. Cloud had moved their backpack giveaway to another location. And I said, well, let's make it happen. So talked to my wife, and my wife and I bought 100 backpacks and 100 fillers. So we've been filling backpacks, and Mr. Chairman Thacker I was talking to him about what I was doing, and he's going to help offset the cost of that. So just want to let everybody know, if you have anybody who lives in that Hopkins Park area, this Saturday between 11 and 1, we're going to be giving away school backpacks and supplies. And last, my booster clubs, I'm real excited about this. That was one of my pet projects, because I'm coming off of the booster president at Harmony High School, but Harmony, St. Cloud, and Toho have all made their orders, the merchandise orders, and they're ready for open house. And I was at Toho today and met with all the coaches, the principals, and the booster clubs. They've got all of their merchandise, and they're really geared up, and they're ready to go for open house. And a big shout out to the new principal at Toho. He helped fund the initial purchase of all of the merchandise, which is gonna allow this group to take off, sell their merchandise, and pay the school back, and then help fund their program. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Case?
I just want to join the rest of the board in welcoming back our teachers and staff. It seems like it's been a very fast summer. It's been very, very busy. We've continued to provide a robust education for our students, and I just couldn't be more excited about having everybody come back despite the challenges that we continue to face and be ready to continue the very important work of serving our students in our community. I also want to take this moment to share with the board and also with our community, our congratulations are in order for our teaching and learning team over here. Mr. Flowers, Dr. Reyes, Dr. Allen, and Dr. Evans have been recognized by FAME for their leadership and support of arts education for 2021. They participate in school and district decision-making to ensure that we have a rich inclusion of arts education in the basic curriculum, using best practices, and making sure that all of our students have access and opportunity to participate in the fine and performing arts. So certainly, we value and appreciate the board's leadership in recognizing and continuing to fund and support arts programs across our district. And I want to congratulate members of my team for helping to make that happen on the operational level.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot to mention one great partner, no, it's fine, Addition Financial, who renovated one of our classrooms at Poinciana High School. They didn't just spend a bunch of money renovating the classroom, but they had a lot of their employees come in and pour their blood, sweat, and tears in painting and putting together furniture and so on. And it's just a great example of a public-private partnership. So I just wanted to say thank you to them and congratulations to their students who will be walking into that classroom and really enjoying that love that the community put into their educational space. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Next, Mr. presentations. We have Ken Brown, the Deputy Administrator for Osceola County, is going to give us a presentation on single-member districts. Ken, thank you for making your way over here this evening.
Well, good evening, board. Thank you for having me.
You might want to lift that mic up just a little bit. So, see there.
Yeah, I'll hear that.
A little bit more.
I think.
How about that?
It's a little better. That's
I'll try to talk loud.
Yeah, just talk loud because for some reason something's not working right.
So I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about redistricting. I probably should have brought some caffeine, but hopefully this won't take very long. That's not a real exciting thing to talk about. But the Florida Constitution in Article 8 states that the Osceola County Board of County Commissioners redistrict after every decennial census, and it has to be in an odd year. So typically, the Census Bureau releases data in April, and we've already went through the process and done the redistricting by this time of year. However, this year, they've decided to release a preliminary data set in the middle of August and the full data set September 30th. So the county commissioners will pass a resolution creating a committee, a citizen committee, that is essentially has the same makeup as the population of Osceola County, and will go through the redistricting process. So I'm really here tonight to invite y'all to take part in that if you would like. In 2011, school district staff attended the meetings. They would come back here, take any comments or offer up any suggestions. And we really tried to create districts that both the school district and the county commission could do and do the same boundaries. Make it easier for the citizens and for the supervisor of elections. So I'm happy to field any questions about the process. I didn't really bring a presentation because we don't have data. So we don't know what the makeup of the population is going to look like, where the major changes are going to be.
Ken, as you get the data, will you come back and present to us?
Oh, absolutely.
I assume you would. Any questions, board?
I do. Mr. Brown, wouldn't it make sense that we put a committee together that had elected officials throughout the county to take part and be a part of this discussion, not just the county, but a variety of people, community leaders and so on that have interests. I know that a lot of people have come to me and expressed interest in playing a part in that redistricting. And I think that that's gonna be a pretty important issue to the community. So why not involve as many people as possible?
Well, I don't know exactly how many people will submit to be on the committee, but generally there's the 10 people that are on it, and then they also have, similar to a public hearing, every meeting has a hear the audience, and as many people can come and put their comments in as would like to. So even though there's only 10 on that committee, anyone can come and do their comments for it. I don't know, it would probably be more of a legal question as to whether elected officials could directly take part in that or not. And unfortunately, I'm not an attorney, thank goodness.
Mr. Melendez, you have a question?
Yeah, it's along the same lines, as far as the logistics of that, because I wouldn't mind creating a joint committee, because I know the legislature does that. The legislature doesn't, like the state legislature itself, when they draw up their maps, the committees are comprised of representatives and senators themselves. So they don't have like outside folks that get involved in that process. So legally, I don't understand why an elected official wouldn't be able to sit on that committee as well. And then, ideally, it consisted of a trifecta, so to speak, that ideally there'd be some elected officials from the Osceola County School Board, those from the county commission, and then maybe meet up with some committee members that are volunteers and staff. So I do agree with Mr. Arguello saying that if it's a collective, then we have better buy-in. And so, because the other thing too is, I guess there will be like a sunshine committee too, and then would there be like a meeting dates that are publicly noticed, and will anybody who, will people get a chance to be able to have input in that process?
So yes, it is governed by sunshine law, so it is a public committee, and they have to adhere to sunshine laws when they meet. So every meeting is noticed, and I think they meet every week until they have, at least they did last time. So in 2011, they met every Tuesday night, ended up putting together about 6 or 7 different scenarios before they arrived at one that they pushed forward to the Board of County Commissioners and to the school district to kind of vote on. I can certainly take back the suggestion. We haven't done the resolution yet. I can take back the suggestion of possibly making up of different, of elected officials and different people, and see, what the consensus is there.
And Ms. Melendez, each one of those meetings does have public comment portions of that meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you.
Because the other thing may be too is that, and this is a possibility for the rest of my board to consider, like if the county has its own structure and to create its own maps, that maybe the school district creates its own committee separate and apart and kind of creates its maps. And then kind of like, maybe if we can come together. So instead of letting the county drive the process, that maybe we create the process in parallel, and then we kind of confer at the end. Because ideally, you don't want to confuse voters. You want District 1 to be District 1, District 2 to be District 2, and you want the precincts to kind of match up as best they can. Because as you guys may know, I was an elected official the last time we did it. So I was on the board in 2010, and that was always a concern, was that we didn't want to get people confused on what District 4 was in District 3. So, but we have the individual authority and autonomy to be able to draw our own maps as we see fit. So, if the county commission wants to allow the school board to be a part of that committee process itself, not just be a public hearing comment, then I'm okay with just one committee. As long as it's a joint committee, that maybe there's 2 or 3 county commissioners, 2 or 3 elected officials from the school board, and a couple committee members, then I'm okay with that. But if they don't want to do that, and the county says, well, you can only join as public hearing, then I do have a problem with that. Then maybe I'd recommend that the school district create its own committee, separate and apart, with the end goal of trying to create some kind of consensus once we draw maps at the very end.
Ms.
And so obviously I'm only one board member, so Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of looking at some, what do you think about that?
Mr. Arguello, and then we have got a lot on the thing on our plate tonight, but I know I think you've got the gist of what their comments are, but Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I was thinking also organizations and business people in the community. I mean, the elected officials don't, they're not everything, right? So it'd be like the people behind you, for example, to sit on that committee, to me would be important. And so make it as large as possible. Also, do you have any idea who's on that committee now or who was on the committee last time?
No, not offhand. It was, it's been a while ago. When they had it, I didn't look up who the members were at the time. But it is made up of the overall demographics of the county. So for instance, if we end up being 50% female, 50% male, we try to match that. 50% Hispanic, 40% white, whatever it is, then the committee tries to match as closely as possible, or when they form the committee, try to match as closely as possible the makeup of the county population as a whole.
But with 10 people, not only is that not a proper sample size, but it's also, that's just makeup, right? I mean, that's purely cosmetic. And there's no, because I could make up a committee that would check all those boxes, and it wouldn't necessarily be the will of the community. It would be the 10 people that I picked to do what I wanted, all right?
So they do vet out who they select for it, but you're right, it is ultimately 10 people.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, thank you, Ken. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for having me.
Yeah, you have a good evening. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next on our agenda, Dr. Pace, you have an appointment.
Yes, sir, I have an appointment. If I could invite Mr. Gregory Hobbs to come to the podium, please. Board members, I am pleased tonight to recommend Mr. Gregory Hobbs for your consideration as our new Director of Information and Network Security. He has been a computer technician since 2004, an instructor and teacher at our own OTEC, network specialist, network communications analyst enterprise. He received his bachelor's degree of applied science degree in information technology from the University of Central Florida, a master of information systems degree from the University of Phoenix, and a certification in cybersecurity from the University of Phoenix. And Mr. Hobbs is also a proud veteran, and we are pleased to recommend him for your consideration tonight.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Arguelles, second by Mr. Bass. For the appointment of Mr. Hobbs. Board, any further discussion?
I could tell that you were a veteran from that haircut.
Hey, I have a disclaimer, Mr. Hobbs was my teacher back in the day. He's currently not my teacher now, so I don't believe I have to recuse myself from the vote. So I'm no longer a student at OTEC. But Mr. Hobbs was a phenomenal instructor when I was in school, and he's proud to see him promoted to cybersecurity.
Board, anything else? Dr. Pace, maybe we could get him a district face mask. Hearing no others, all those in favor of Mr. Hobbs' appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, and you have the floor, Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you. I'd just like to take a quick moment and thank the board members, Dr. Pace, the leadership team, Mr. Thorne. Thanks for the opportunity. I look forward to building a great team and doing great things for the district. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
And you come from good stock.
At this point, we will recess our regular board meeting, and I will call to order the board workshop on school board rules. Mr. Boyd?
Good evening, board, Dr. Pace. This evening we have just a few rules, but they are pretty comprehensive to bring to your attention tonight. There would be no request for any action tonight. This is simply a workshop to share in-depth with you.
Please speak up, Mr. Boyd. You have to take your mask off of the mic.
All right. Thank you. The
first rule is a brand new rule. It would be 3.402, safe school officers. This is actually part of ongoing creation of policy language and revisions of existing policy language in order to comply with recent changes in state law and or guidance from the Florida Department of Education and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and to provide consistency with district precedent and current practice. This is also in addressing the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. This is pursuant, this particular new rule proposed, to section 1006.12, safe school officers at each public school Florida statutes. It defines the classifications, qualifications, training requirements, and work responsibilities of safe school officers. The next set of rules are all revisions of existing rules. Proposed changes to Rule 2.25, School Board Adopted Plans, updates and adds to the list of school district procedures documents the threat assessment protocol, including threats to self, the ethical considerations for dual practitioners, school district social workers, school psychologists, and school counselors who also work for independent agencies, the Foreign Exchange Student Procedures Manual, and the Mental Health Referrals and Timelines Procedures Manual. Rule 3.40, Safe and Secure Schools, is ongoing creation of new policy language for the same purpose as the new rule proposed tonight to address the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. This particular revision actually revises the rule to implement recent changes to Florida State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.0018, School Safety Requirements and Monitoring. This was a change that they made on June the 10th of this year, 2021. This rule revision revises paragraph 5C to clarify that threat assessment teams shall use the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines, acronym is CSTAG, as the behavioral threat assessment instrument. It adds paragraph 5D to clarify specific meeting, documentation, and reporting requirements for threat assessment teams. And it adds paragraph 9 to clarify per state law specific duties of the school district safety specialist and requirements for monitoring, reporting, and curing suspected safety deficiencies. Rule 4.40, extracurricular program. These changes are also ongoing policy development from the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. It revises the rule to implement recent changes to the same state board rule I mentioned in the prior rule, 6A-1.0018, School Safety Requirements and Monitoring. It adds paragraph 6 to clarify that a safe school officer shall be assigned for certain times outside of the regular school day, including before and after school, summer school, during extracurricular activities, and for school-sponsored events, and that the school principal shall consult with the district school safety specialist and request the assignment per established school district procedures. Rule 5.34, expulsion or alternative placement of students, revises paragraph 1 to clarify that the Code of Student Conduct defines a serious breach of conduct, and it adds paragraph 3 to formalize school district practices related to alternative placement of students in specific situations. Rule 6.96 gives to employees. Revises the policy to reflect and comply with the federal E-rate gift rules, which require that employees do not accept any one gift with a retail value greater than $20 or any combination of separate gifts with a retail value equal to or less than $20 each that when combined are greater than $50 in the aggregate per the fiscal year. And these gifts would come under this rule from lobbyists or vendors of corporations that provide specific eligible technology products or services as determined by the Universal Service Administrative Company, USAC, who administers the Universal Service Fund under the direction of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. In other words, with this rule, the limitation is based on an E-rate gift rule, the gift amount being $20 from specific vendors on the list at the website that's in the rule graph for you. that goes directly to the organization, USAC, that we're required to comply with annually. Rule 6.97, weapons, revises paragraph 9 to comply with section 1006.12, safe school officers at each public school, Florida statutes. And that's all of the revisions that we're bringing forward tonight. We'll bring them back on August the 17th meeting for the public hearing and final action. I'm happy to take any questions tonight that you might have, and I'll pause now, Chairman Becker.
So board, there's no action required by us, but we have opportunity to ask questions. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, Mr. Boyd, you just convinced me never to ask your job. ever.
Not a good one.
I just wanted to say, I have a question for you, but I wanted to take a minute just to thank that gentleman in the back, the young man who just gave up his seat for another young lady. Thank you very much. That was very chivalrous of you. Mr. Boyd, are any of those changes not mandated by a state statute?
There are some that are based on what choices that the district would make that would trigger their requirement in existing statute. These revisions are proposed to permit the decision-making to occur in a legal fashion.
So this is our response to changes in the statute, essentially?
It is essentially, but there are also other decisions you may make as you approve or decide not to approve these rules. But everything I bring before you, I vet through the statutes for you. And the proposed rule changes that we have, we did send to FDLE, and they did give their blessing, if that helps.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board, any more questions?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, Julie.
Yeah, that's okay. John, for rule number 5.34 for the expulsion process, it says the superintendent designee shall be authorized to offer parents probationary options. Now, is that before they have the hearing and so they have placement? Or is that after the hearing? Or is that in lieu of a hearing? So now instead of having a school board hearing, the superintendent can make the determination? I just want some clarification on what exactly is happening with that amendment to rule number 3 or section 3 of rule 5.34.
Yes, sir. I would have to yield to a member of senior leadership to answer that question for you.
Dr. Pace?
Mr. Melendez and members of the board, this would allow the superintendent to offer an option if it appears to be more appropriate than New Beginnings before the hearing. If the parent does not want one of those options, for example, sometimes Osceola Virtual School seems like a more appropriate option, then the parent would still request the hearing and go before the board member. It's not an automatic placement, it just would allow us to have another option to provide the parent before the hearing to try to resolve the situation in a way that's appropriate for the student.
So they still have the right to have a hearing, right? So this isn't like in lieu of having a hearing, this is just like temporary placement until the hearing is conducted, right?
That is correct. This is not a student assignment. This is a student opportunity.
Okay.
Good. Board, any further questions? If not, we will go ahead and adjourn the school board workshop on rulemaking. And we will call to order the public hearing to adopt.
Thank you, Board.
Did I skip something? To adopt the tentative millage and budget. Ms. Graber? Now, hold on, this is really exciting.
The good thing is I can see it too.
Good evening, members of the board. This is the first public hearing on the proposed millage rates and tentative budget for the fiscal year 2021-22. Tonight's public hearing on the tentative budget will include remarks regarding the proposed millage and budget. There will be an opportunity for public and board member comment. We will request that you adopt a resolution setting the proposed total millage levy to support the 2021-22 tentative budget. We will also request that you adopt resolutions approving the 21-22 tentative budget as presented and approving the 2021-22 policy regarding the expenditure of lottery funds. We will request authorization for the superintendent and staff to perform all necessary actions to comply with truth and millage requirements. And lastly, we'll announce the date of the final public hearing to adopt the 21-22 budget. So let's start by explaining what TRIM is. The Truth in Millage or TRIM legislation was enacted in 1980, and the requirements are detailed under Section 200.065 of Florida statutes. The statute dictates the form, size, and placement of budget advertisements, as well as the order of business during the budget hearings. TRIM requires 2 public hearings for open discussion of the millage rates and the proposed budgets of all taxing authorities. So what is a mill? A property tax levy of $1 per $1,000 of taxable property value. The Florida Education Finance Program, or FEFP, is the mechanism by which state and local funds are allocated to Florida school districts. The Florida legislature sets the required local effort millage and the prior period funding adjustment millage rates that must be levied by the school board. The school board must levy the required local effort millage and prior period funding adjustment millage in order to receive any state funding under the Florida Education Finance Program. The total proposed millage related to school funding for the 21-22 school year is 5.897 mils. This millage will generate revenue for the general operating and capital outlay funds. As previously mentioned, the millage rates are determined by the Florida legislature, and this is the maximum millage that the school board is allowed to levy without a specific voter-approved referendum. The district must levy the required local effort and the prior period funding adjustment in order to receive approximately $318.8 million in state FEFP funding. In addition, the school board must levy the full basic discretionary millage to receive $18.7 million in compression funding from the state. The proposed total millage rate related to school funding of 5.897 mils represents a decrease of 0.129 mils when compared to the prior year rate. As required by TRIM, we must compare the proposed millage rate to the rollback rate. The rollback rate is the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year if applied to the current year's adjusted taxable value. Under TRIM, the rollback rate is the basis for determining if tax rates have increased or decreased. This next slide compares the proposed millage rates to the rollback rates. The current state law rollback rate is 3.6693 mils. The current proposed state law millage rate for 2020-21 is 3.649 mils. The proposed rate is 0.55% less than the rollback rate. The rollback rate for the total millage is 5.8526 mils. The proposed total millage rate is 5.897 mils. The proposed total rate is 0.76% greater than the rollback rate. Based on this information, we advertised a notice of tax increase on Thursday, July 29th. The Osceola County tax levy will increase by $10.8 million for school-related taxes in the 21-22 year as compared to the prior year. While the millage rate has decreased, the tax roll is up 7.6% over the prior year, generating the net increase. So how are property taxes calculated? The taxable value of a homeowner's property equals the assessed value as determined by the Osceola County Property Appraiser's Office, less the $25,000 homestead exemption where applicable. The homestead exemption is an amount that is exempt from ad valorem taxes. The amount is established by law for properties used as the owner's primary residence and is normally $25,000. The portion of property tax related to school funding equals the taxable value divided by 1,000 times the school district millage rate. So in the example shown here, a homeowner with an assessed value of $125,000 with the homestead exemption will pay $589.70 of school-related ad valorem property tax to Osceola County. So how will this impact taxpayers in Osceola County? This slide illustrates the changes in school-related property taxes for an Osceola County homeowner over the last several years. In this example, a home valued at $205,000 in 2017 would have generated roughly $1,214.82 in school-related property tax. If the owner qualified for Save Our Homes, by the 2020-21 school year, the assessed value of that same home would be $221,242. Based on that valuation, the school-related property tax would be $1,157.23. This is a decrease of $6.93 from the prior year and a 4-year cumulative decrease of $57.59. So now let's change focus from taxes to the budget you'll be adopting tonight. The key items in the budget have been shared with you in previous workshops and presentations. The budget that was presented to you on July 13th has been adjusted to incorporate the second FEFP calculation and the final certification of the tax roll. Other minor changes and adjustments were made to fund balances as we continue to close out the 2020-21 fiscal year. Based on current FTE projections, FEFP and local tax revenues for the 21-22 budget are $12.1 million greater than the prior year. However, funding per student will decrease by $122 or negative 1.58% from the prior year, since our funding was held harmless last year despite FTE being under projection, which drove the per student funding up in the 2020-21 school year. This slide shows our long-range forecast. At the close of the 2020-21 school year, we project a surplus in the general fund as planned, which will increase fund balance going into the 21-22 year. This is due to the one-time hold harmless funding in the FEFP last year, along with additional federal revenue from the CARES Act, which has allowed us to reserve general fund dollars. This multi-year forecast shows the board's strategy to build up reserves that will then be used in subsequent years to continue to preserve jobs as federal stabilization funding expires. Careful monitoring of budgetary resources will always remain a top priority to ensure sustainability through any future funding shortfalls. This is the district's total budget in summary form.
Sarah, can we go back to that last slide, please? In previous iterations of this, I think 22-23, 23-24, all the way through 26, those years for operating surplus or loss were at 1% each, right?
What was it, 1%?
The operating surplus or loss for 22 through 26.
So that's not a percentage, that's actually in millions of dollars.
So do you know, so this isn't the same slide then, but that was a surplus in previous iterations of this presentation, right?
So, not necessarily, I mean, we'd have to look at each presentation, but this has been the plan since we've received the CARES money, the SR2, and projecting for the ARP, all of the federal COVID-related packages. This has been the plan to kind of build up while we have those dollars and then plan for that funding cliff to kind of slowly spend down the general fund dollars as we work through that time period.
Thanks.
Okay, so the next slide, this is the district's total budget in summary form. The general fund is the main fund from which most operating expenditures are paid. In addition, tonight you're going to be approving budgets for the debt service fund, which is used to pay for the outstanding bonds of the district. The capital projects fund, which accounts for major construction and renovation projects. Special revenue fund, which consists of food service and federal grants. And the internal service fund, which accounts for the district's health insurance, property casualty, and workers' compensation programs. The total tentative budget is $1,682,619,688. So this slide's a little hard to see, but this represents the annual budget at the level of detail that you will be adopting tonight. And this is the same level of detail at which the board approves budget amendments throughout the school year. random page in here.
This is the public comment portion of the meeting on the budget. I've got a bunch of requests to speak on other items. There's 3 or 4 that don't have what their topic is. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on the budget?
I didn't put a form in for the budget.
Do you want to address the budget?
Nothing on the budget.
It's a, pardon me? No, nobody?
No public
Okay.
comments on the.
Mr. Allen, it's public
I
forum.
have one question.
You can come and you know the gig.
Larry Allen, 722 Matted, Kissimmee. My one question is right now the fund balance by school board policy, the state requires 3%, school board policy is 6%. Are there any plans to increase that even more than it is already?
More than the 6, you asked a percentage or not?
More than the 6% it is already.
So based on the budget, it is increasing. Are you asking if there's any plans for board policy to change?
Yes.
Okay,
But we're not,
not at this time.
And, well, could you go back to that slide just so we see it one more time?
So all that the board is adopting tonight is the 21-22 year. The rest is just a forecast based on information that we have at this point in time, but we are not approving a budget past the current year.
What's the current percentage of the fund balance now with the approval of this budget? Is it a little bit more than 6%, or what's the exact number for the percentage?
So we're planning to end the year we just ended at 11.4% financial condition ratio. And then the budget proposed tonight would end next year at June 30th at 11.2%.
Does that include the stimulus dollars?
Julius? Hold on, we're still in the public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, let me close that down, I'll bring it back
Do
to
you
the
want me to
board.
answer that real quick?
Let me close, let's finish the public comment portion and then we'll come back to the board. Doesn't look like there's anybody else with, from the audience wishing to comment, so I'll close the public comment portion of the board and back to Mr. Melendez for the board to, board discussion.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay.
Yeah, so that percentage, does that include the federal stimulus dollars that came in? Because they're not gonna be there, after a couple of years, they're gonna tail off.
No, so the financial condition ratio is specific to the general fund. It does not include any of the federal dollars.
Okay.
Board, anybody else before we start going through the resolutions? Sarah?
Okay.
I have a question. I'm sorry,
That's
sir.
okay.
Why do it together, the budget and the millage rate? Is that a statutory
This
thing?
is required by trend.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right, so tonight, we're recommending that the board adopt resolution 22-002, setting the required local effort, prior period funding adjustment, discretionary operating, and capital outlay millage rates for 2021-22 as follows. The required local effort at 3.639 mils, prior period funding adjustment of 0.010 mils, discretionary operating of 0.748 mils, and capital outlay at 1.5 mils for a total of 5.897 mils. The total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rollback rate by 0.76%. And this does require a roll call vote.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Mr. Melendez?
Yes.
Mr. Arguello?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Okay, next, we recommend that the board adopt resolution 22-003, adopting the tentative budget in the amount of $1,682,619,688. And this resolution also requires a roll call vote.
Ms. Castillo? Yes. Mr. Melendez?
Aye.
Mr. Arguello?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Aye.
Next, we have our lottery policy. So while no funding has been provided for the school recognition and discretionary lottery allocations currently, we're still recommending that the board go ahead and take this opportunity to approve the policy for the expenditure of lottery funds as listed on this slide. And this just requires a regular vote.
Board, any questions on the lottery funds policy?
It's zero, right? So we're not getting any lottery money at all?
So this is, there is other lottery money that flows into the public education, but this is the money specifically for school recognition, for the school recognition program, and for the money that typically goes to like your SACs, your school advisory councils. None of that has been allocated within the FEFP for this year.
Did you have a question?
Where'd it go? It disappeared or whatever.
The legislature didn't appropriate any money in those categories. As far as school recognition, this is the same as last year since there weren't grades from the prior year. And then moving into the following year, no.
You know what I'm saying, because I meant that it's a little bit of a joke, but not really, because lottery money was collected, right? So this is a fee or fund that's collected every time somebody buys a lotto ticket. So was it that nobody bought lotto tickets last year, or just the legislature held the money and just reappropriated it somewhere else?
This is just one piece, Mr. Melendez, of the lottery fund. It's also funding the Bright Futures and separate.
Class size reduction.
Class size, yeah, it's all
We're going
over.
to pay off a lot of prior debt. So those lottery funds are still allocated for other purposes within public education. This is just one small bucket that sometimes gets some of the lottery funding.
Okay. I'm ready for vote.
Make a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Oh, is it a roll call vote like the other ones, or just a regular vote?
Regular vote.
They have a question.
Motion approved. Awesome.
We got a motion first, though. Mr. Bass, you have a motion. You have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Castillo. Discussion, Mr. Arguello.
Yes, number 5 in this slide, do you have a list of those and what those are, out of curiosity? And 2, has this changed at all since the previous year?
No changes, and no, we don't have a list that would come down to as the money dwindles down to each individual school. There's no
No,
specific list.
that's all I have, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, board? Hearing none, I have a motion by Mr. Bass, a second by Ms. Castillo to approve the policy for expenditure lottery funds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0.
And finally, we recommend that the board authorize the superintendent and staff to perform all necessary tasks to ensure compliance with the truth and millage or trim requirements of Chapter 200.065 Florida statutes. And this requires a regular vote.
Motion to approve.
A second.
Motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Bass to authorize the trim compliance, which is extremely critical that it is done properly. And Sarah knows how to do it. Board, any further comments or questions on that? Mr. Melendez, you okay there?
I'm good.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0.
Just finally, the final public hearing on the 2021-22 budget will be held on Tuesday, September 7th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. here in the School District Administration Center at 817 Bill Deck Boulevard, Kissimmee, Florida. And this concludes the first public hearing to adopt the 2021-22 proposed millage rates and tentative budget. Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and to your team as well. We will go ahead and adjourn the public hearing on the budget, and we will reconvene the school board meeting. And bear with me one second while I get that here. The next, the next item on our agenda are agenda modifications. Board, do you have any?
Yes, sir. I do.
Nothing, John?
There's 3 things that I'd like to add to new business.
Okay.
The termination of the lobbying contract with Macy Island. Number 2, the establishment of a VW MBDE program. Number VW MDBE program.
Okay.
Number 3, a post-approval report of contracts brought to the board. And that's all I got.
Board, Mr. Melendez, do you have anything?
Yes, it's my understanding that 1303 was pulled, because I wasn't there at the board meeting to go over that, at the beginning.
It just says being pulled. Do we need to pull, Dr. Pace?
No, that was pulled completely from the agenda, because when I spoke with the attorney for 1303, she told me that they were pulling the item from the agenda, because I wasn't able to meet with them in person.
That is one of the agenda modifications that I.
Yeah, that's one for Westview. I spoke with, who's Thacker, it was Joe Thacker, she was saying that they pulled the item from the agenda.
I have a couple more
Go
modifications.
ahead, Dr.
sir.
Pace.
We do need to pull item 13.03 because Mr. Melendez has not had an opportunity to seek the information he was seeking. I would.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you.
I'd like to pull item 13.03 to allow Mr. Melendez and any of the other board members to get the additional information they requested. Would also like to pull item 19.01, the MDT contract. We failed to add the piggyback portion of that, so I'll need to bring that back. And then there are 2 blue sheets that I'm recommending, board. I sent those to you for review prior to this meeting. 9.06 is under consent for the Bridge Prep Charter Agreement, and number 19.02 is under Superintendent's recommendation, and it's regarding a COVID leave policy for the current school year.
Okay. Board, any, yes, Chairman.
Yeah, and mine were 10.01 and 13.01.
You are removing them from consent?
Yes, we need for consent to discuss. Yes, 10.01 and 13.01.
Give me 1 second, June, I'm just making a note.
And then if there's a new business item, let me know when you're done.
Okay, yeah, I'm good. Go ahead, you got a new business item?
Yeah, new business item, we're talking about, I think it was a continuing service agreement with CMs.
I don't, that's what you want to add, continuing?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's what I want to add for the new business, yes.
Okay,
And that's it.
okay. Mr. Krabbenbacher?
Yes, need to pull 2103 and 2104.
I'm sorry, remove them?
Yeah, remove them totally. 21 point.
03 and 21.04?
Yes, sir.
All right, board, anything else? Would anybody like to make a motion? Would y'all like me to make the motion?
That's okay.
And y'all,
Motion to approve the agenda with modifications submitted. And I should name them all. I'll let
I want to make sure that our secretary knows what, do you have it, Tanya?
I do, yes.
Okay, if you're okay and you've got it.
I'm good.
Mr. Melendez made that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Melendez and a second by Ms. Castillo to approve the agenda modifications as presented. Those consent agenda, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. That brings us to 10.01, I think.
Oh, I had a 9.05, just in case.
No, you didn't.
No, never mind. No, you're right, 10.01, I'm sorry.
Mr. Melendez, you removed that one?
Yes, sir. That was with the math software, and so this is more of a clarification question. Because I know during our strategic plan, we spoke about having more applied learning, models and things like that. So I guess this question is more for the superintendent. How does the software align with that? And is it helping it, the students, just give us a little briefing on what the software does and how it helps our students progress in learning the mathematical concepts.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Arguello needs some help with his computer.
And can I ask what agenda item we're speaking of right now?
We were talking about 10.01, I'm sorry.
So what, 905 is not included in anything?
905 was not removed.
It was not a mistake, I'm sorry.
Mr. Melendez, this is a program that provides skill-based remediation and support for our students in grades K through 8 at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level. It is not addressing the applied math concepts that you talked about. That is something that I'll be bringing back to the board at our next meeting as a proposed strategy under Goal 1, an additional strategy for us to review and explore that. But this is something that we have piloted and used successfully in the past. This is a continuation of use of that for our Tier 2 and Tier 3 math support.
So it's getting up to grade levels, basically what it is. These are students that are struggling and helping them get strategies to get caught up. Or?
Yes, this provides an additional vetted, research-based tool for teachers and paras to use during that intervention time for additional support for getting students on grade level in math.
Okay. Motion approved.
I'll second.
Have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 10.01. Board, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Like sign. Motion carries 5-0. That will take us to item, and y'all help me if I'm jumping here, 13.01, which Mr. Melendez removed. You're full, didn't remove it.
Yes. This question was addressed to Mr. Clinch earlier. I just want to discuss it with the whole board. This is the drainage easement with Tavistock property on Sunbridge. And the concern, well, there were two concerns and they go hand to hand, was I didn't see the overlay of the entire development and then the specific location of where the school site was going to be dedicated. And so the question I had to Mr. Clinch was, we're creating a drainage easement agreement that indicates that we have a specific site located. So in essence, if the location changes, then does that nullify this agreement? And then we're gonna have to create a new drainage easement based on identifying a different site in the future? Or how confident does the district feel that this in fact is gonna be the location or the ultimate destination of where the site's gonna be, used for a school? And I guess that's for Mr. Clinch or Dr. Pace, whoever can answer that.
Yes.
Probably Mr. Clinch.
To answer Board Member Melendez's question, so the drainage easement is based on the site that has currently been identified. And it was Tavistock that came to us requesting the drainage easement that would run within the western perimeter of our property. And the point that we made clear was to have some sort of benefit for granting this easement. And that benefit will be the school district will be allowed to tie in to that storm drainage easement, which will allow us to reduce the extent of storm system that will be required for the future Sunbridge K-8 school site.
Thank you. And if staff can give us the overlay to look at. We can do it offline, we don't have to do it now. But if they have like the overall picture of Sunbridge of what it looks like and where the potential school sites are, because I know there's more than one school site that they're proposing. So, because I remember last board meeting, Mr. Bass was talking about, I think Kindred, where we were looking at maybe preserving some trees, so if they can show us what the proposal is, because there is a map in the contract, but it's zoomed in on just the parcel. But I have no clue where that parcel is located. I don't know how to read the degrees and meets and, I'm a real estate broker, I'm not that good. So if there's like an overall overlay that shows where the sites are, so if the board members have questions later on in the future, we can make that concern known now and not wait later down the road.
Mr. Clinch, is your team satisfied with what you've got here with this drainage easement?
With the drainage easement, yes, sir. We've reviewed it with legal counsel. And in fact, we also had a third-party civil engineer weigh in on it to ensure it would be proper.
Anybody else have any? Like to make a motion? I'll make a motion to approve item 13.01 as it stands.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Thacker, a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 13.01. Any further discussion? Mr. Melendez, you okay? You there? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. That, I believe, takes us to our information, item 15.01. Do y'all agree that I haven't skipped anything?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next up on the agenda is the information item on the impact fee study. I actually have one person who wants to speak on that item, and I thought maybe we'll let that person speak first. So as the presentation is done, maybe they can address that item. Trinity Kuczynski. If you would, come up, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes for your comments, please.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? No. No? No.
You're
How
gonna,
about now?
you're either gonna have to speak loud or take your mask down, but you're still gonna have to speak loud.
I'll try my best.
There you
My name is Trinity Kuczynski and my address is 340 North Maitland Avenue, Maitland, Florida, zip code 32751. Good evening, school board members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. On behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Orlando, I am here today representing thousands of individuals who work within the Central Florida multifamily housing industry. I wanted to quickly thank the school board and staff for their efforts to engage the industry early on in this process. It's been greatly appreciated. We understand the importance of and the need for the school board to have the ability to adequately fund the current and future needs of its schools. We know this is a complex issue and are certainly not against increasing capacity for schools. However, we do have concerns about some of the modifications included in the most recent version of the study, those of which have resulted in substantial fee increases that differ starkly from those included in the previous version. We plan to meet with the consultant and staff later on this week to get some clarification and discuss these changes in further detail. We look forward to continuing to work through some of these challenges and serve as a resource and meaningful partner to the school board and its efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, your turn.
Chairman of the board, thanks for the time today. I'm Colin McElwain with Tischler Buys. Are we able to put the presentation up on the board? You might remember a couple months ago we came in front of you, my colleague Carson Buys, to address the update of the impact fee. Next slide. What we're doing. What we're doing today is really just reviewing everything in the impact fee study. So there's a lot of stuff here in the beginning that you have already seen before. It's a pretty complicated process. We just wanted to address all the factors that go into this fee here. So what you're seeing is the results of our student generation rate analysis at the county-wide level. This was done by looking at the geocoded student data that the school district has, and we layer on top of the county parcel data to look at the single family, multifamily, condo, townhouse, and mobile homes, and see how many housing units there are and then how many students are in those housing units to get the student generation rate. You're seeing, compared to the 2017 study, a overall decrease about 13%. Overall countywide for a single family home, there's been about a 12% decrease. For the short-term rental housing types, we're also seeing a decrease, a slightly more a deeper decrease. For single family homes that are short-term rental homes, that's a 23% decrease, or 13% overall. One thing I should note here, consistent with the current fee schedule, we haven't included a mobile home short-term rental. It's been recommended to just allow the mobile homes to be using the county-wide student generation rates, not the short-term rental rates. What you're seeing here as well is we haven't included a studio one-bedroom apartment housing type. So we did a deep dive into the data available, and there wasn't enough data to be statistically confident in the results of the student generation rates for that housing type. So if we look at the student generation rates in the Bieber, University of Florida Bureau of Business Research, Economic and Business Research, their median projections for population and housing growth, and then apply the student generation rates to that, we get a overall student enrollment increase of 29.5%, or 15,000 new students over the next 10 years. Currently, if we look at district-wide elementary schools, your total enrollment is 20,842. Your permanent capacity is 26,941. So currently, there is 77% of your capacity is taken up by the current enrollment. There's 85% of the permanent capacity is taken up by the current enrollment for middle schools, and at the high school level, it's 86%. Because we're not over capacity at this point, we do recommend looking at the levels of service, say square feet per elementary school student at the capacity level, not the enrollment level. The district, as you know, has about 6 new school plans through the year 2026. There's 4 or 5 schools here that are increasing seats for K through 8 schools. 1 high school project here, bringing an additional 171 seats. So if we look at the projected enrollment, and then the capacity that you have today, added on to that, the new projects that were just listed here, looking over the next 10 years, in 2030 to 2031 school year, the total utilization is 91%. Without those capital projects, you would have a capital utilization of 103, so you'd be over capacity in your elementary schools. At the high school level, we're at 86% today. With the 1 capital project listed through 2026, you would be at 111% capacity utilization in 10 years, and that's about the same without that capital project. So the impact fee calculation itself, we need to look at levels of service based on school level and the facilities per student. So at the elementary school level, we have 122 square feet per elementary student and 0.02 acres per student at the elementary school level. There are 131 square feet for high school students and 0.28 acres for land for high school students. Now, that sort of reviewed everything I think was presented previously. The feedback at that point was to look at construction costs. At that time, we had included previous projects because we weren't able to look at any current or new projects in the future and current costs or planned costs for that matter. So we looked previously at 2019 and 2018 projects. the feedback at that point was to look at inflating those costs to current dollars. Construction costs have gone up, so it sort of made sense to look at that. You're seeing here for option one, the cost for the celebration new school listed for your project here 2021. You have the Harmony Middle School in 2019, and then two high schools there in 2018 and 2019. You'll also notice that we've removed two additions that were previously listed here. During that time of review after the feedback from the board, we were taking a deeper dive of what future projects look like, future capital projects, new schools, and there's not anticipated to be too many additions, so we removed those from this list to more precisely understand what the new capital costs are going to be for the school district. You're seeing here a comparison of the cost. The cost in that project year, so either in 2019, 2018, or 2021, that compared to the square footage of each of those schools and the student stations. You're also seeing the inflation there in option two. Also noted here is that the total construction costs aren't just the actual facility costs, but other plant costs, which include site improvements and other sort of site transportation needs as well. So you're seeing for the elementary school in option one, per square foot is $236. For middle school, $216, and then the weighted average for a high school, $236 per square foot. Looking at option two, again, just inflating the 2019 and 2018 dollars to current dollars using a proprietary database called RS Means, which is used pretty widely across the state of Florida. You're seeing the inflation there for middle schools from $216 to $233 per square foot, from $263 to $288 per square foot. So just to sort of summarize what we all just went through right there, looking at the 2017 study, there are increases in option one of about 15% in construction costs, and option two is about a 22% construction cost there. And you're seeing a figure listing out the different dollar amounts. Now there's a couple of sort of ancillary components to the impact fee, the first one being land cost. So you're seeing three current purchases of land in the east, west, and central area. That brings us to about $90,000 per acre. For comparison, it was about $80,000 in the 2017 study.
Carla, would you rather have questions as you go through or at the end?
Sure, yeah, you can bring questions now, yeah.
Mr. Melendez has a question for you. Julius?
I've got one while we're waiting, it's easy.
Go ahead.
A couple slides back, just our enrollment numbers for this year, are those actual numbers? Because as I'm traveling around visiting all my schools, some of my schools, they were a little bit exceeding some of their expected enrollment numbers. So do those numbers align with our actual numbers?
Yes, but last year, not this coming year.
For this year, so.
Yeah, 2020 to 2021.
Right.
Yeah.
Year that just
Yeah,
passed.
I think I have a mic on mute.
Pass,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's all right, go ahead, Julius.
I know we discussed option two, because that was a concern that I had at the last meeting. You guys had the initial impact fee study disclosure tools or legals. And we were talking about how construction costs have gone up a lot this year. But we don't exactly know how they're gonna be in future years. And I did meet with GOVA, the Greater Orlando Visitor Village Association, and they mentioned that they would be okay with just like say an index. So let's say option three would just be like a 3% increase every year, and that way it's just like an inflation index, and they wouldn't be opposed to that, because they know that construction costs vary, but next year they may go down. So it's like, is that a possibility that we could look at option three, just have a cost of living adjustment, of let's say 2 or 3% every single year, and just make it clear, that they understand?
Board, if that was a question to me, now, CPI sometimes tracks construction costs, but if you've been following it within the last 5 years, it's really escalated. There's a number of different market elements at work that go into construction costs, not just CPI. If that's a directive from the board to look at option 3, we could do that, but using RS means the gold standard of construction cost index. Really, we're really confident in these inflation factors that they've included here.
But my point is that's a one-time adjustment, but I think the governor just passed a law that says whatever we do for impact fees, we can't adjust it again until 4 years from now. So, you know what I'm saying, so it's just a one-time adjustment, and we keep that adjustment for the whole 4 years? Or is it easier just to say 3% average every single year? And I'm just discussing with the board. If the board doesn't want to go that direction, I'm okay. I'm not married to either direction. I just didn't realize that that third option was available to us until I spoke with somebody.
Dr. Pace, you have a comment?
My question was, I think for the general counsel and maybe even for Sarah or Rhonda, but I do believe the new legislation, Mr. Melendez, only allows us to increase no sooner than every 4 years impact fees. And remember that any increase has to be phased over either 2 years or 4 years, depending on the amount of the increase.
Yeah, so you might even see a sort of a phasing if there's increases, if we're adopting an increase. So you're not even gonna get to the full construction cost until a couple of years out from now.
Mr. Arguello?
Do you think that this, in your opinion, will this number get, whatever option that you're proposing here, is that gonna be litigated? Or is it something that's gonna be accepted? And after litigation, is it something that's gonna meet the criteria that it's kept?
I suspect that this is gross fair share of their impact on school facilities. Tisch Levice has been doing impact fees for 40-some years. We're currently doing several others in the state of Florida and in the state of Florida for decades now. So I don't suspect any trouble this study holding up in court.
Normally, we have a lot of conversations with those people, or these guys do, with the Growth Management Task Force and the different builders and home builders and the, what's it called, the Orlando Builders Association. So normally, there's a lot of conversations that are had during this process with the development companies and construction companies and the Home Builders Association. I believe those have been happening with the Chamber of Commerce, Growth Management Task Force. All those things have been happening. And I can tell you, if I have not, they're not afraid, any of those are not afraid to call me. I haven't heard screaming. So if that's an indication of where the lawsuits will come from. I don't, certainly something could happen, but I'm not hearing anything where, go ahead and we'll see you. I haven't heard that at all. I've heard it before, but.
And to the chair's point, on Thursday, as the previous presenter mentioned, we're having our third round of meetings with the stakeholder group to make sure that their input is heard.
Can you tell me who is a member of that stakeholder group?
It's the growth management group, then the multifamily home builders, and a third one that's sort of escaping my mind, yeah. So moving on.
Wait a minute, you good, Joe? Okay, go ahead.
So we just addressed land. So we addressed land. Now, school buses can be a component in impact fees here in Florida. So you're seeing the current levels of service there and the current replacement cost for a school bus. Your white fleet, so non-bus vehicles, seeing the level of service, calculations with 341 units, your current enrollment to get 0.007 vehicles per student, and the average cost there to replace one of those white fleets. Also, there's a transportation facility component, so we're looking at your current 3 facilities. The current, so this also falls into that option 1 and option 2. So we have costs from 2019, the DOE state standards for construction of educational facilities. So there's a 2019 cost there and then a 2021, which has been inflated to current cost. Where we also include our credits and impact fees to ensure there's no double payment scenario. So new resident, if they pay the impact fee, we want to ensure that there's no other revenues that they're paying to also go to capital projects. And you're seeing here a list of the 5 existing debts that were issued for capital projects. So in this case, that new resident would pay property tax that would go to the debt service of these bonds, would also pay the property tax, also pay the impact fee, so we'd have to reduce the impact fee proportionally to make sure there's no double payment scenario. So final summary, at the very beginning of the presentation showed that without the listed capital projects, your enrollment is going to exceed permanent capacity pretty quickly. Across the board, we're seeing decreases in student generation rate. As an example here is the 12% decrease in single family detached homes. On the construction cost side, on option 1, we saw a 15% increase from the 2017 study. Option 2 is a 22% increase in construction costs. We've also removed the studio 1 bedroom, or haven't included the studio 1 bedroom in this analysis. Again, we don't have enough either local data, US Census data, to accurately calculate what the student generation rates is for that home type. So what you're going to see in the last 4 or 5 slides here is just a calculation of everything that we just went through. So you're seeing at the very top the levels of service and the construction costs for the education facilities. Then you have land for each of those school types, the transportation structures and land, then the buses and the white fleet there. So in the first green line, you're seeing sort of the gross capital cost per student, and then that's reduced by the credits. So at the very bottom there, so for elementary school, the capital cost is $3,800. For middle school is $30,100, and for high school is $37,000, and that's for option 1. So we're looking at 2018 and 2019 construction costs. This would be the maximum supportable fee amount under option 1. So how that's calculated is we have that table of the student generation rates for each of that school type, and for that housing type is then multiplied by the net capital cost per student. For a single family home, that boils down to $12,242. The current fee is $11,800. So under option 1, that would be a $400 increase, or about 4% there. And this was sort of expected to see as you saw student generation rates decrease, 12 or more percentage, but then construction costs actually increasing more. So we were expecting a slight increase in this case. Same thing is done for the option 2, same calculations, just the 2021 construction cost numbers. So the option 2 maximum supportable impact fee for a single family home, $12,923. Current fee is $11,800, so there'd be about $1,100 increase there, or a 9% increase. That goes down to, for a condo, $4,700. Again, looking at the student generation rates to determine what their proportional share is on demand for new schools. So last slide here, we want directive from the board on which option to move forward with. We finalized the report with that feedback, present that to the board again, and that moves to the county. So with that, I'll open up for questions and comments.
Julius, you have a question?
Yes, the studio 1 bedrooms, I know you said you eliminated them from the study, but how are they gonna be classified when they come up? Are they just be considered condos? So let's say a developer develops a studio 1 bedroom, just because we didn't isolate it to have its own fee, how is it gonna be classified when it gets up for development?
I believe the administration of that would just follow that fee schedule there, so it'd be condo if it's owner occupied, or multifamily if it's an apartment.
Okay, so it's gonna fall into one of the two categories at the beginning. So it'd be at least a condo, at best, a multifamily.
Yes, yeah, it would be one of those two.
Okay.
Rhonda, do you have an answer? Do you want to come forward? Do you have an answer to that question?
I definitely would need clarification, to date.
Come on out.
Rhonda Blake, Director of Planning Services, 809 Billbeck Boulevard. I would definitely need clarification on that, if that's a new direction. To date, all one-bedroom and studios are considered apartments, and they fall under the multifamily category. We do not treat them as condos, single-family, or townhome. So I would need clarification if
I
we're
would
going to
think
go
that's
in a
where they
different
should stay as
direction.
you've had it. I
Yes.
think that was just a misunderstanding.
Hey, Rhonda, Sean, in one of our business advisory meetings, and it probably does. You can hear me?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, let me take your mask off. We obviously have a housing shortage based on the populations that is moving here. I'm talking, I'm trying to project. We had talked in one of our advisory board meetings that there are certain builders that are now thinking about, they build traditional subdivisions, but they retain ownership and they rent all the homes out. We haven't had any of those, but they're looming on the horizon. They'll still fall under just typical residential zoning and not short-term rental though, wouldn't they?
Correct, we're actually looking at one right now that's coming through on Pine Grove.
On Pine Grove?
Yes, next to the Nova Red property we just recently purchased. That will be our neighbor, and those are all single-family homes per the building code, so they'll be traditional houses with yards, probably 50 to 60 foot.
And all will be owned by single
They're all
entity.
it's a very interesting concept. I can send all of you that presentation just so you can see what's coming to the community. Yes, all owned by one company. Like the rent, the utilities and everything is paid from the company, and then they collect it back to ensure that their homes are never without utilities, water, et cetera. It's a pretty interesting concept, but they're standard traditional single family homes. They're not townhomes, they're not condos.
Okay,
they're
I just want to make sure that we're not going to let something slip between cracks here.
I can send all of you the presentation.
Is that okay? Can everybody hear me back there when I said? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Argwett, you good, Robert? Mr. Argwett?
Yeah.
So are we punting on the studios? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, you could say that. So we looked at that housing type. There's just not enough available presently, or maybe 2 years ago when census data is available, to really have a good confidence on what their student generation rate would look like.
But it is coming, right? So you guys don't have any expertise in-house to tell us some kind of advice or some kind of answer? You're just gonna give us some red words and tell us we don't know? You know, that's more, to me, that's a lack of advice, right? Which is why you're here to give us advice on that issue.
Yeah, thank you for that question. You know, from our standpoint, we like to have specific and local data to back up our information when we present it. We don't want to forecast or, you know, bring out the, fortune-telling ball to sort of try and anticipate what a new housing type that isn't in the ground today, what those generation rates might look like. Similar to our projections, we look at Bieber, a tried and true local data source to understand what the population and growth might look like locally.
I just want to add, I would not consider this a punt. I would consider it transparent, because we don't know what it's generating. We know that other communities have it. We know that that we don't necessarily look like other communities. So until we have the data and we can offer something factual, we're not gonna, the plan is not gonna address it. It's gonna leave it as it is, as a multifamily. So I would disagree that it's a punt.
Yeah. We'll have to agree to disagree.
That's fine. Absolutely fine.
So my other question is, in your opinion, what's the most controversial thing in this presentation? What's the most controversial issue?
I mean, honestly, I don't see many. This is an update of existing school impact fees. We're using methodologies that we've used throughout the years in the state of Florida and throughout the country. Student generation rates are incredibly accurate here because we have that geocoded data. We're looking at, recent construction costs and inflating those in option 2 with a great source of local, it actually was used, it was the Orlando region cost of construction. So I really don't see a weak point in this study here.
It just seems like we were headed in one direction and now we hit immovable object and changed directions from the last time I received your presentation at least, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Any board, anything else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
If you vote on whether or not you want to give a recommendation for option 1 or option 2, because I know that was a question that we wanted before it goes to county, so I don't know if there's a vote or we need a head nod or something like that do we want to go with option 1 or 2?
This is just information.
It's just an informational presentation. I'm not sure we can,
We're
but
giving direction today.
are we giving direction?
We would like board direction so that the consultants can then finalize their study.
Can you go back to your early op where you have 200 and some odd dollars and 200 and some odd dollars and that's the totals?
This year?
No. It's further back.
Oh, sure.
It's early on in the deal.
The construction cost, yeah.
Go. Still at one of them. Let's see.
Yeah, just.
Option 2 is better for the district, because I read a slide in the summary at the end, it says, hey, the next step is to take our recommendation and move it over to the county commission for approval. And so I just thought that we should give these consultants direction on whether or not we want option 1 or 2 before they have the next meeting with the county.
Can you go a couple slides either way so I can see if I can find the slide I'm talking about, please?
Oh, sure, yeah.
No. Keep going.
Going backwards here.
So one that showed the 2 options in the column and it had the dollar difference at the bottom. There you go.
Okay, here we go, yeah.
So the difference is $25, right, or $15 between option 1.
Yeah, per square foot.
So what is that, where's something just like this I can look at and see what the option 1 and option 2, what the impact of that is on the impact fees?
Because we don't have the options laid out side by side, we have a couple of different slides because it'd get a little lengthy, but I can go through those 2 slides if you'd like.
Slide 22 and 24.
22, my computer just went down, so.
So here's the option 1. We just say single family just to, just as an example. So we're at $12,242 in option 1.
What is option 2?
Option 2, $12,923. So $500.
Okay. I mean, can you do that real quick and tell us on those 5 categories what the difference is between option 1? I mean, you show what the current fee, the difference is.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't.
Test my arithmetic. I guess it's more like $700 for a single family.
That's between our current fee. It's not option 1 and
Yeah,
option.
yeah, I don't have that slide available.
Well, I have to look at that if I'm going to make a decision. What's our timing, Sarah?
So I can do this real quick. So the difference, option 2 is $681
And
more
single.
for single family.
Okay, what's townhome?
Townhome, 8262. $420. Multifamily is $574. Condo. $228.
What was that number?
What was condo?
$228.
228.
And then mobile home,
Yeah, I'm obviously in favor of option two, because we collect a higher impact fee, but we're locking it in for 4 years. So if we're gonna lock in for 4 years, might as well try to get the most that we can, so that we can make sure that we're financially healthy and building our schools moving forward.
I'm kind of in a little bit of agreement because of the fact that we are locked for 4 years. And I don't see a lot of stuff falling down real fast price-wise. But, I mean, it's $500 to $100 a home here too. I would support option two. Quite frankly, mainly because of the term.
Is it a vote or just a consensus?
I think it's just a, what do
I
you,
would go two. I would
We'll
go
come
two.
back to you for approval before it goes to the county.
John, what do you think?
Option two.
I'll go two.
I think you've got
Like
a
that.
more consensus of option two.
Okay, thank you, board.
Alrighty, that brings us to item 16, on our regular agenda. Board, pleasure here. I don't have anything removed or questioned on this one.
Motion to approve 1603.
There's nothing pulled on us.
Okay, second for 1603.
I don't have anything. Does anybody have anything needing to be pulled?
No, sir.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Ms. Castillo to approve item 16.03. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Item 17.
Motion to approve 17.01.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 17.01. Any questions, comments, board?
I have some comments.
Sure, go ahead.
This is 17.01.
17.01.
Yep. So here's the thing, I'm not making a comment necessarily about this position, but just in general, the money is coming from CARES, so we have a standard policy that we do not take money from non-recurring sources and use them on recurring pay, right? So we're going away from that because obviously the CARES money is not something that's recurring. And one of the questions I get from the teachers all the time and from the union and members of the union and so on is that, we can't get raises because the district is constantly saying that this doesn't come from recurring, or we don't have the recurring income to generate or support that. But here we're going away from that. So whenever we hire talent for the top level, it's one philosophy, but whenever we're taking care of the teachers or ESPs or whomever, it's something else. So I just want to point that out, that obviously that's not a hard and fast rule. It just seems like the hard and fast rules that we live by are not necessarily hard and fast.
Dr. Pace?
And certainly, that is a very true statement, Mr. Arguello, and I respect you for it. This was a part of our one-to-one implementation plan, knowing from the very beginning that we were gonna add positions for the 3 years of implementation that we would then have to either sustain or take out of the budget as we move forward.
That was my understanding, that these could go away
We
if
addressed this
we
when
did
we presented the plan.
not. Board, anything else? Any other questions?
Yeah, I really heard that, but, I heard that member support is gonna be needed, the position itself, because, now that we're going digital one-to-one, that they're always gonna be there. So, to Mr. Boyle's point, I can see that, we just need to reflect that in our regular budget, in the recurring, to show that this is a needed position. I mean, I don't know if we need to evaluate it in 2 years after the federal funds are done, but I can see this position always being around. Like I mentioned before, now we're one-to-one on all the devices, we need more help to make sure that the devices are imaged, backed up, et cetera, for tech support.
Board, any other questions? No, we have a motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 17.01. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item 18, board.
You had a 18 pool, wasn't it?
No.
No, that,
If you want to pull one, if you want to talk about something separate, we don't have to do the whole block.
We could do the whole block, right? I'd have a
Just have a comment on it? Yeah, we can do that.
How do you want to do it?
We need a motion.
Move to approve 18.12. Second.
A motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 18.12. Mr. Arguello, I know you have a question?
Yeah, are there any of the contractors involved in any of these here? Sir, I thought I met a gentleman out there who was representing one of these contractors.
Yes, I believe Mr. Joe Rolick with Radio 1 is present for the 6 DAS radio projects.
Hello?
Assuming you have a question for him?
Yeah. Mr. Rolick, hi, thank you for coming.
Which item is his?
1801 through 1807, I believe. 1806.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I really just wanted to ask about what your level of participation was from the local community, or if you were using local subcontractors and so on.
We do try to solicit as many local contractors as possible during our bid walks when we're doing the portion of it that we don't do internally, which is basically the electrical services portion of it. So we do normally have a bid walk with multiple people from the local Osceola County. On this last batch, we had a little bit of an issue of getting people for our bid walks for the time frame. We reached out to one other contractor, which was outside of the jurisdiction, which is somebody that we had done during the schools for Orange County. And that's where you see what we have.
Are you getting sufficient participation from local businesses when you?
I'm sorry?
Would you say that you're getting sufficient local participation in these contracts?
We self-perform most all of it. With the exception of the fire alarm contracting, which we don't have, we're bound to who's in the school at the time. So our only part that we really outsource for physical construction is electrical services. We're finding it harder as time goes by to get more and more people for the small service that we're looking for.
All right, that's all.
Yes.
That's the only question I had. Thank you very much. I appreciate you looking.
We will continue. We're constantly trying to reach out to other people to bring them in from the counties that we're working in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Board, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Bass for item approval of item 18.12, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. That brings us to item 19. 19.01 was pulled. We only have one item, 19.02.
Discussion or
We
have a motion to approve 19.02?
Is this, a continuation of the policy we had last year that allows them to have regular sick leave?
We have a motion on the floor first. Let's get a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before we.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Ms. Castillo, with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 19.02. Mr. Melendez, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, because I'm physically not there, so I don't see the blue
I
sheet.
know it's hard.
I apologize. So, my question was, is this similar to like the sick leave we had last year, where teachers had access to regular sick leave? And then if they got quarantined, there's additional, sick leave assigned to that because the quarantine was kind of like beyond their control? So, is that what this is, just as a summary?
Mr. Melendez, I don't know that you'll have a chance to look, but it should be, I sent it all to you yesterday for your review ahead of the meeting. This is a continuation in some ways. Federal leave for COVID quarantines ended in December of 2020. However, the board at the time gave us authorization to continue to provide leave to employees through June 30 of 2021. Since then, because the vaccination has been more widely available, we've not been offering COVID leave. But in consultation with my counterparts, the city managers at Kissimmee and St. Cloud, as well as the county manager, this is something that they are doing for their employees so that they would grant up to 10 days of leave for COVID relief in the event that someone provides proof of a positive test and proof of vaccination. In addition, we continue to offer up to 1 hour of board leave for any individual who wants to get the vaccine who's been unable to do so.
You good, John? Juice? Okay. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, for me, I think that the 1 hour of board leave is perfectly fine. I think that's great. That's a great incentive. However, I think that providing people who are vaccinated with 10 days of leave and those who are not vaccinated who also get it, not 10 days of leave, when it's been shown that people who are vaccinated are also, potentially endangered by COVID still, it just seems like we're going from a punishment or coercion vibe to more punishment and coercion when we have people who took 20 days of leave from COVID previously, and some people who didn't take any at all. So for me, I would prefer I would think it was more inspiring if we were giving the people who did not take leave in COVID their 10 days and not be punishing people who didn't take, who are gonna get sick. I think that that's pseudo-political. I don't think it's good policy to be pitting people against each other or creating an environment where people are against one another from a leadership perspective. I think that this is bad policy. It goes contrary to a lot of the just leadership principles where you don't treat people the same. You don't use that type of coercion to get people to do something. Either you provide a benefit or you don't provide a benefit. Either you help people or you don't help people. Either you support people or you don't support people. But to pit people against one another when they're a member of the same team is absolutely bad policy, and I strongly recommend not instituting it.
I have a motion on the floor by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Bass to approve item 19.02. Board, vote, all those in favor of the item signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2. Brings us to public comment portion of the meeting. We have a whole bunch here, which is fine. I have tried to kind of group them by subject area, but there are a few people who did not put their topic on here. I am going to ask you, we have the rule of 3 minutes. I'm going to ask that you please abide by the 3-minute rule when you come up. Please state your name and address for the record. The other thing is, based on the fact that it's 7:30 and it's starting to get late, we've got a ways to go in this meeting. If you have some additional stuff from the people in front of you, please speak to that. If you just want to say, I agree with everything that's been said and keep moving on, and so we don't hear the exact same comments over and over, that will be helpful to us too. We get what you're here for and we'll understand what you're talking about. First will be Mr. Greg Garris, and I don't see here. Oh, there he is. Mr. Garris, name and address for the record. And
I have to move that microphone way down. Okay. Greg Garris, 3302 Lake Erie Drive, St. Cloud, Florida. So, it's back to school time. I'm so excited. Most of us teachers are. If you do the summer right, like what we learn in professional development, you do summer right, you do a lot of reflection. And I got a chance to do quite a bit of reflection. As you can tell, some of it was probably done in the pool, but I did do a lot of good reflection. And we had a great day yesterday, getting back together and seeing everyone. It's awesome. Lots of new faces. Those are fun too, to bring them along. But when I look at that reflection that I did this summer, I go back to relationships. And you know what? Our superintendent gave us a great video yesterday about building relationships with our students. And I'm all in on it. And there's someone right there, by the way, congratulations on the doctorate. Not that I didn't always kind of consider it anyways. He's known me since the first day I was here with the district. But anyways, if you do summer right and you do that reflection, and I really was looking at the relationships, and man, I have a relationship with so many people in this room. And so I hope it's a positive one. I have a grouchy side. Anybody that knows me knows that side exists. But I just want to ask the board to take it to the next level. Not only do we teachers have great relationships with each other and with our kids, but I want the board to start to build that relationship with your staff. out and see us, talk to us. Board Member Thacker came to my school several years ago. Y'all need to come back and talk to your staff and start building those relationships again. You know, we're all pretty much vaccinated up. I think one of the things is, if you talk to us, one of the big points right now has got to be our work days. It really has, it's really sticking in our craw. So the fact that this year's calendar, basically teachers are gonna be walking out when the students do the last day. Lots of you people spent time in the classroom, you know what that's, yeah. So just think about it. Thanks. And we're gonna have an awesome year. And I hope I get to see some of your faces in our building. I know I will see some of you. But it's good to see you, and it's good to be back.
Have a great year. Great. Next up, Anthony Nevis. Is that right? Good evening. If you would, I don't know if you heard when you were out there, you have 3 minutes. Give us your name and address for the record before you start, and the floor is yours.
Good evening all, my name is Anthony Nevis, my address is protected under Florida law. I am the father of a 7-year-old that is nonverbal and living with autism here in Osceola County. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge Superintendent Deborah Pace, the school board members John Arguello and Julius Melendez for their prompt response to a recent dealing that I had with them, and their response was just very, very prompt, and I appreciate that. However, the situation at hand has not been resolved, it's only begun. We're a week away from having our kids return back to school, and children like mine that are disabled, that have severe cognitive disabilities, that are unable to mask up for themselves, and are unable to social distance, returning back to schools that are 100% unvaccinated, a student population that is 100% unvaccinated. Now, this applies to the schools that are in the school board, that are, as part of the school board, the school district, as well as many charter schools and religious institutions that rely on the superb funding of the school board to make those decisions for them to place in policy. Now, I'm here as a father with I've reached a peak as a parent. My child, again, I will repeat this, as are the children of thousands of other Floridians, is disabled, is unable to mask up, is returning back to a school that is where the student population is unvaccinated. Now, what we hear from those that are against the masking mandates is, well, what about virtual school? That's the response we get. Parents of children that are disabled throughout the county, throughout the state, and throughout the country, that is what we hear. Send them to virtual school. Well, I believe that we have a school board member, which I acknowledge to being prompt with his response, that is chiming in and checking in virtually. We need virtual digital options to return. We need that as an option for these students and for these parents that are making the supreme sacrifice so that this country is not labeled, as many countries throughout the world have been labeled, with infamous leaders that have always disregarded the less fortunate, always disregarded the poor, and most importantly, the disabled. Those that cannot mask up for themselves. They talk about virtual school where there's no access points. We cannot, that's not an option for us. We're throwing scholarships. Why? To deal with this pandemic? These scholarships should be utilized appropriately, not during a pandemic, for those parents that have been left at the curb. My parents, my child's grandparents, have yet to visit him in almost 2 years. That's because they're being responsible parents. They're fully vaccinated, as is my entire household, and I have denied them, and they are understanding of it because of where we're from and the pandemic and the epidemic of AIDS that they had to deal with many years ago when they were in the health and hospital field in New York City's Greenwich Village. So masking up is the least of my concerns. If I want to keep my kid home, I should have the option to teach my child at home. The best thing that I have to present to you all is that a few months ago, the beginning of the year, we heard my 7-year-old, who is nonverbal, with autism, state mama and papa. Now for me, That's the best thing. This is something that he acquired at home with his mother's due diligence and myself overseeing the safety and security of our child. This is what's happening to millions of families across America and thousands of families in the state of Florida. And what we ask is that you become resilient, that you stop endorsing candidates for other political offices that are yet to be, thrown upon us, and focus at this situation at hand. We pledge allegiance for liberty, justice for all, not for my child, not for disabled children, not for children that can't mask up. So be responsible. The virtual options, the mask issue, no one wants a mask. You think I want to have a mask? I want you to see the pearly whites that I might or might not have. But the issue at hand is not that. No one wants a mask. I don't want a mask.
Go ahead and wrap it up.
Thank you very much. Make the right decision.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Make the right decision and use your legacy. Use your legacy here, this week, this month now. Thank you very much. And for all those that wear their mask voluntarily, I thank you, and so does my voice this time.
Next up is Arsenio Soto. Ms. Soto, welcome. You have 3 minutes, and please, for the record, give us your name.
My name is Dr. Arsenio Soto. I am 4964 Leo Terrace, St. Cloud, Florida.
Just a minute, Ms. Soto. Did you forget something up here?
Yes, I left a piece of paper with some important information on it. It's also confidential. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Soto.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I also am a teacher that is concerned about the lack of work days. I personally am a special area teacher, which means I see everyone, and I'm privileged to do that in the school. However, I know already in this first 2 days of planning that my colleagues are overwhelmed with the task at hand, with meeting them where they are, or taking them from good to great, all of those things. And to look at that schedule and not feel supported with the time that we need to be the best for our kids, which is why we're here. That's hurtful. And to start stressed out within the first 48 hours, I gotta tell you, that's really hard. And I feel very deeply about the people that I work with. So we don't ask for time to do nothing. We ask time to spend with our kids so that we can have an extra day to do grades. So that we can go home to our families without spending, till 10 o'clock at night. So we don't have to come on the weekends. And we all know this. You guys feel it. I know that sometimes your hands are tied. But when it comes to time, we are time managers, we are amazing people, we are in these classrooms, we are out of the classrooms advocating for our kids every single day. I see my children at Aldi. I see them at every place. I never stop and not give them a hug. The parents don't usually know me because on a side note, I only get to see them every 2 to 3 times a quarter. I'm a passionate educator. I've educated for 20-something years of my life. And it bothers me, and I know you guys care so much, but it bothers me that when we ask for time, it feels like we are asking to be lazy, and that's not true. But the truth is, we cannot get the things that we need to accomplish when everyone's piling everything on us, and we simply don't have the time. And that's not fair. I would not expect all of you to be at school till midnight. But when we did our winter wonderland last year, the only thing we could do during COVID, which was amazing, some of my colleagues were there till midnight, the night before setting up for our kids. We asked for that time so that I can get the 1,000 grades I need to get in and go home to my son, who does have special needs and needs me at home. That is fair. And that's what we asked for, very passionately, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dylan Reinsel? You have the 3 minutes, and give us your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, Dylan Reinsel, 4318 Creeks Run Boulevard, Kissimmee. Good evening. I'm a history teacher at St. Cloud High School, and I'm here to share some of the voices of my fellow Bulldogs and highlight a concern that many teachers have across the district in regards to the work days, echoing what people before me have been talking about. I'd like to share some direct feedback on this matter from our staff. So I quote, "I'm a high school teacher and I'm very concerned about the calendar for this school year. While I can see some of our usual work days are set for the end of each 9 weeks, I worry about the front loading of pre-planning days and the lack of post-planning days. I can't imagine how the end of the year will look when rooms have not been cleared out and keys need to be turned in. Why do I want my teacher work days back? I'm very organized and I utilize my time as effectively and wisely as I can. But I have to have it bleed into my personal time to complete these tasks, and I'm missing out with personal time with my family. Teachers are thanked by the school board with words, but how about providing us with what we need, which is time? Work days are needed. We need time to grade papers, to do grades without students in the room. I want my work days back. It is needed to finish grades and plan. It seems the core responsibilities teachers have are the ones that are thought of the least, or rather the time it takes to fulfill them. Whether we are talking about grading, posting grades, planning, packing up a classroom at the end of the year, etc. Teachers should have more of the school calendar that is entirely their own to make sure that these duties are fulfilled. Pushing these days to pre-planning has taken some control from teachers, but more importantly has taken our most precious resource, which is time. It would be great to have more time to adjust and plan within the school year, beginning and end. Teacher work days are needed throughout the year in order to properly get the work done, to not have to take personal time. I use my teacher work days to complete grades and work on PLC items. I want teacher work days back. It is difficult to prepare for the beginning and the end of the grading periods without them. So we as teachers understand more than anybody that we have to work outside contract hours to be effective for our students. We just ask that the district and the school board value our time by heeding this feedback, find a way to amend this year's schedule. The best professional courtesy an employer can afford to the people on the ground is understand what it means to be there. And even if you have been there, not fail to remember what it's like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Next up, Emily Grantz.
Yeah, you got it. It's new for me too. Okay.
Name and address for the record.
Hi. Emily Grintz, 1463 Fledgling Court, Orlando. And I am also speaking on the issue of teacher work days. I am the East Side Elementary representative for OCEA, so I'm speaking on behalf of East Side teachers across the district. And I do want to point out that, yes, there's a lot of us talking about this tonight, but we were here talking about it in May as well, and it's not like, it feels kind of like it's a last minute issue, like, oh, we just looked at the calendar, but we didn't. We've been talking about this, we've been talking to you, and so it's time to do something. But I also go back to the question of why are we here? Like, why was this decision made and who made this decision? Because it wasn't a teacher, it wasn't us, and it only seems like it's impacting us. Like, I'm the one who's gonna be there May 27th at 8 p.m. trying to clean out my classroom because I will not be cleaning it out when I have kids there. I'm not gonna do that to them. So who's doing this to me? Like, I don't understand. It feels like a robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of situation. Like, you're giving us 8 days now, but none at the end. I just fail to see how that's really gonna work. And so maybe there's the argument of like, stay after school, but again, I'm not paid for that. That impacts my family time. You can't ask thousands of teachers in the district to stay after school to clean up their classroom. You also can't then say, well, use your 45-minute planning period. What? No, like my planning period is for my parent conferences, it's for my data analysis, it's for planning those last lessons, it's for doing those last intensive interventions if I can pull a kid. It's on top of that, at the end of the school year, it's all of your final documentation. everything. It's completing your final grades, which again, like special area teachers have thousands of grades they have to deal with. And so it's just, again, comes back to this, why, it's time. We're not asking for money, we're asking for time, and we're not asking for time that's new, it's time that was there. We had this day previously, so where did it go? Why did it need to move to the beginning? Like, we're always talking about going from good to great, but we can't get to great if we take away the good things that work. So, I guess I just want to close by saying that I feel like if we want our kids' experience to go from good to great, we have to make sure our teachers' experience does that as well. And this is not the way to do that. This defies logic and feels very tone deaf. It doesn't feel like there's empathy or care involved. It's a situation where you don't need to fix what's not broken. We had something that worked, we just want that back. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Parker? Kevin Parker? I feel like I'm yelling. I'm trying to yell it. Mr. Parker, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Kevin Parker, 1903 Harbor Bay Court, Kissimmee. Members of the board, my name is Kevin Parker. I'm a candidate for U.S. Congress in Osceola County, but first, I'm a concerned citizen and a godfather of a child in the public school system. We are here today because you're not doing what you've been sworn in to do. Your most important role is to ensure the safety and well-being of our students, teachers, and staff. As of August 2nd, 2021, as cited by the New York Times, Florida added 15,000 cases. Osceola County is reporting 309 cases of COVID over a 14-day average. It's about 82.1 cases for every 100,000 people. It may not seem like a lot, but that's a 160% increase over 14 days. And it doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Governor DeSantis is saying it's all hysteria and that everything is fine. Things are not fine. Hospitals are in black status. They are fighting a fierce battle against COVID-19 Delta strain that is 55% more transmissible and twice as contagious. And studies show that while some kids may have mild symptoms, a lot of them will go on, some of them will go on to have something that's more progressive and more dangerous. Our kids are not vaccinated. That's a problem. To send children back to school with no protections for themselves or their family is reckless and foolhardy, to say the least. It's a direct slap in the face to everyone who has lost their loved one during the COVID-19 pandemic, to nurses and doctors who are fighting tirelessly to care for the ill since the entire thing began, and the teachers and staff and their families. Both the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly suggest a mask mandate for face-to-face learning. So why aren't you listening? If you trust the science, why aren't you listening? We're demanding that you make good on your promise, the oath that you took to protect our children, teachers, and staff. We demand a requirement for masks in schools. We demand a digital option and resources for parents who are not comfortable sending their kids into a dangerous environment, and for students with disabilities. And we demand that they continue paid leave for teachers and staff to accommodate the 14-day quarantine. Don't sit on the fence. This is too important to sit here and be undecided. I strongly suggest that you do what you are hired to do. Ensure the safety and the well-being of your students, your teachers, and your staff. And also, since we're talking about it...
Well, your time is up, Mr. Parker.
Hold on, one thing.
Everybody
Give teachers their work days back. They work far too hard for far too little, and that they deserve. Thank you for your time.
What? Next up, we have Alana Bianco. Oh, sorry. You've been here, you know the drill.
I'm short, hold on. All right, I'm Alana Bianco, 1025 Banks Rose Street, Celebration, Florida. I'm not gonna talk specifically about the work days, but I am going to go back to what I think it was Greg Garris had initially talked about with respect and relationships with teachers. I have with me a resignation letter, not for myself, but for another teacher who could not be here tonight because she has started her new job. And she wanted me to read this out loud to you all and to anyone who is listening. She was a teacher at Kissimmee Middle, which I've taught at myself as well. So I know the staff in which she's talking about in the school environment. I've been in this district now, I'm going into my 4th year. She wrote that it is with great consternation that I write this letter. As you know, COVID has been an issue in my life during the past 2 years. As I have 2 special needs kids with immune deficiencies living in my household, as well as my 88 years old mother. I have dreaded emails, panicked while students fought us with masks, and struggled with the danger that I have placed everyone in my household in each day. Their medical needs have taken a backseat to my job since COVID struck, and I cannot justify this continuation of this. My own grandmother taught for 40 years through the influenza pandemic of the early 1900s and lost her child to it because she had few alternatives but to work. I can't risk losing my children or my mother to this disease and must make this decision in good conscience. Effective immediately, this teacher says that she resigns her position at Kissimmee Middle School. She will turn in, moving on. She says that I wish that I did not have to write this letter, but the numbers of ever increasing in our district and our state not taking the necessary precautions to protect us, I cannot justly return to the school. My stress level has affected my health, my well-being, and my attitude towards the machine that education has become. And the rest talks about her experience at Kissimmee being a positive one, and she really does not want to have to leave the school. From my own standpoint, I want to make it known to you that this is one of many, many teachers who have left this district as a direct result of this amount of stress, lack of respect, lack of relationship, and lack of understanding of what teachers need to have to accomplish their job. I, as a special needs teacher, have lost 2 teachers last year who resigned because they could not deal with it any longer. One tried to play it out towards the end of the year, and finally she had to give in her resignation because you all would not approve a leave of absence for her own sanity's sake. I watch teachers cry in their rooms on a regular basis. I watch guidance counselors cry. You need to start taking into account your teachers, their health, their well-being. If Maslow's hierarchy of needs is what we're used to teach students, you need to use it to handle your teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Darby Bronson.
Darby Bronson, 940 Spring Park Street, Celebration, Florida. I'm here to remind you that Ron DeSantis is a politician, not a doctor. Let me say it again. Ron DeSantis is a politician, not a doctor. If you look at the news today or any reliable source, it'll tell you there have been 38,079 deaths in the state of Florida. Hospitalization rates are skyrocketing, not just among adults, but among children now. The percent of positivity rate is skyrocketing. It was at 22% the last time I checked this morning. What I'm asking you to do, as a father and as a husband of a school teacher, is please go against Ron DeSantis and oppose the mask work. All school-age children, teachers, staff need to have a mask on. It's been proven, I don't care what scientist you want to say does it, it's been proven that it works. Last year, my kids started off in digital learning, because we didn't feel like it was a safe place to put them back at school. They were averaging BCs, not to what we hold them to. So as the cases started to drop and the percentage of positivity came down, we put them back into face-to-face. And thanks to the heroics of the teachers and staff and through my wife, they were able to pull their grades back up to A's and B's. My youngest son even managed to get a 5 on the reading FSA. Kids need to be at school, but they need to be safe. So I'm asking you, please go against Ron DeSantis's. He's trying to withdraw your funds, I get it. You need the money to teach at school, you need the money for school funding. But like, you have to put lives ahead of funding, you have to put lives ahead of money. There's other ways. If not, go back to virtual. Offer the virtual options for kids at home. So if I don't feel safe sending my kids to school, I can put them in virtual. It doesn't have to be all year. It just has to be, a couple weeks until we get a better grasp of this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Tony Shinami. We're close. Sure. Come on, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. Chairman Thacker, board members, Superintendent Dr. Pace. I'm Tony Shinami, owner of an engineering firm. I'm also celebrating our 30th anniversary of our company, which is a local minority firm here in Central Florida. My address is 935 Lake Baldwin Lane, Orlando, 32814. A quick snapshot of my firm. We have 15 years of successful and proud services for a school district. We believe the school is the foundation of our community and as a nation, and is also a national security. Everybody should know about this. I have been an active supporter of Education Foundation for over 15 years and a STEM volunteer for a school district. I have attended the State of Education address for many, many years, and I have seen many success stories that you all had in the previous years, where many success stories was all related to foundation and how this community is progressing. I'm committed to participate in your success and provide the most cost-effective and efficient engineering system for the districts, like I have for past 15 plus years. Reason I'm here, I'm expressing my concern about some irregularities in the scoring sheet for past 2 RFQs, with no basis for the low scores that I received. I'm trying to understand that given the stellar services that I have provided for a school district, including the very last one and the recent one, which I'm proud to say is a Denjon Middle School, which was a huge, huge success for all of us. And also several difficult maintenance projects that we as SGM was able to provide for the district. And it was very economical solution that we provided for the district. I'm just simply asking for the board to look into this matter and allow my company to continue serving the district as I have for past 15 years. I've attached the backup documents to all that. And your school, I've been doing this for 40 years. Your school, in terms of the efficiency and energy, is ranked to top 5 in all 67 counties in the state of Florida. Because the efficiency that you're all doing, and I've been part of that for 15 years. So it needs to be commendable and needs to be recognized. Again, I'm looking for that opportunity to continue serving you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shimani.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm good.
if I may, I'll get with the superintendent, we'll investigate this and report back.
I'd appreciate that, because it's
Okay.
some irregularities.
Yeah, I'm gonna submit a list of questions if you don't mind.
Please.
I hate to do this, but we've been at this for 2.5 hours, and I don't want to miss anybody's comments. So if you'll bear with us, we're going to take a quick recess till 8 o'clock. I know I can speak for myself. I need a help break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you admitting that to me. I'm not saying that's evaluation.
On our way back. To your seats. You got, we've got one board member, he is here. Go ahead and reconvene the meeting. I think we've got, lift everybody back. I appreciate your indulgence for us. Take a little break there. We've got another 10 or so people to speak. We will get to all of them. Next on the list is Becky Burnett. Becky Burnett. Welcome, Becky. You got 3 minutes. You got to give us your name and address for the record, please, and the floor is yours.
Becky Burnett, Osceola County. Good evening. You know I'm not here to speak about maths. I think you can tell my position on that. My only question, this is directed to Dr. Pace. There was some CRT that was Mass's AVID training that happened on July 20th and 21st, I believe. At the end of the first day, Ms. Pace, you knew what was going on. It wasn't just AVID training. My only question is, why didn't you stop it that day? You didn't. You let it go on for a second day. Why didn't you use your power to say, hey, this is not what I approved. I didn't know this was going to be taught. This is the end. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, George Chackow.
She didn't answer the question. Is she not gonna answer the
This is
question?
public comment. We don't have,
You don't answer? No. Anywhere?
this is your opportunity to speak. Jacko, don't forget to give us your name and address. Go ahead and get settled.
George Robert Jacko, JACQOW, 2339 Hidden Lake Street, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741-1313. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My background, academic background, I have an undergraduate, graduate degree in education, was a teacher, changed the field of endeavor after about 2 years, 3 years of teaching unsuccessfully in New Jersey. Became interested in public health. I have background, I have certification, licensing as a health officer, and also as an environmental specialist. I have worked in the educational field and in epidemiology and public health for a total of 41 years. So I speak with a lot of knowledge and diversification and responsibility. Okay, I'm gonna mention a couple of things here very quickly, and I'll try to talk very, very fast, so you'll have to pardon me. There was a lot of kind of diseases that were spread within the school system many, many years ago, okay? Especially in elementary school, and this is Brevard. As a result of the enteric diseases, salmonella, Shigella, and everything else, we conducted a study. And we said that there was a failure in terms of understanding the transmissibility of any type of infectious, contagious, or communicable disease. As a result of that, we did a superhuman hand hygiene program, okay? This has actually been accepted about 27 counties within the state, okay? And it indicating what has to be done in order to prevent or at least control any type of communicable disease. There are other DVDs which I've created, educational quality and everything else, in order to educate not only teachers, but the adults, the children and everything else in terms of right procedures to follow. We were recognized nationally in terms of what we've done in order to minimize, if not have a control mechanism in place on a disease dispersion, regardless of whether it's parasitic, regardless of whether it's bacterial, regardless of whether it's viral, okay? We're all talking about caring and showing our concern and providing safety and a healthy environment for all individuals, regardless of age. I'm concerned about personal hygiene. Most people are unaware that they go through these idiosyncrasies or basically creatures of habit. What we do, we pick our nose, we pick our perianal region under the armpits, we do this in mouth. We have these masks, we wear them like this, okay, or like this. The masks serve no useful purpose because these types of masks, and I have a whole bunch of masks, homemade masks made out of t-shirts, you name it, has everything. They are not useful. They minimize, or they attempt to minimize the dispersion, aerosol droplets, what have you, in the environment. They are not successful in terms of protecting you from dispersing the aerosol droplets that could contain virus or any type of bacteria, pathological bacteria. Bottom line, masks should meet a criteria, regardless whether it's for children or adults, okay? It should be snugly fit, okay? A fit form so that there's no seepage or leakage of air, okay? Or dispersion of particles. What kind of material is used?
Mr. Jackson, start to kind of wrap it up a little bit.
Okay, well, the thing is, this is not political. Let's base things on science, not hysteria. Yeah, we have a virus that we're dealing with a number of variants and everything else. Proper hand washing, knowing how to do it and following through on it. And dealing with fomites, we're touching things. We're going from the bathroom and touching everything that can easily transmit bacteria or viruses, okay? Breathing things.
Mr. Jackson, your time.
Okay, the thing is, we have to use science, not hysteria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Tamika Lyles. Tamika Lyles. Well, Ms. Lyles, you know you've been here. Give us your name and address for the record in 3 minutes, please.
Absolutely. I am Tamika Lyles, which I am sure I'm no stranger here. Address protected. I am a community activist and advocate of Kissimmee and a parent. I do want to thank you, Ms. Arguello, for suggesting tonight that what is being offered for the teachers in regards to them having sick pay for when they contract COVID or they need to quarantine, that it is not dependent upon whether or not they're vaccinated. They all deserve that time. So thank you for saying that tonight. I have two things. I'm not gonna beat you all over the head like I had planned to in regards to the mask mandate tonight. I understand what you're up against and trying to impose that inside the school with our governor and his executive order. I understand that. But what I will ask you to do tonight is to implement the digital plan as an option again. I will ask you to do that. The reason I'm asking you to do that is because, one, we have, of course, children that could not be vaccinated because they don't meet the age requirement. We also have people that are immune compromised that don't meet the ability to be vaccinated. We also know, as has been stated tonight, that those that have been vaccinated are too contracting this Delta variant. We also know that. So what is happening right now is that not only children that, had the option to do OVS, I know that was what you all discussed early on, send them to OVS, let the parents go there. Well, as we had someone to discuss tonight about their child that has a disability, on the side that their child is nonverbal, we also have those students that have learning disabilities. We have those students that have excelled. And you all are big on talking about the students that have excelled. Dr. Page, you talk about the IB program and what that means for this county and how you all love the IB program, right? Well, our students that are in that IB program, if they're not face-to-face, then they lose that spot. They can't do the IB program in OVS. So is that really what we want to do to our children who have worked hard to get in that program so that they can go to college, which is what you all want the children to do? Now they have to give up their spot simply because of this Delta variant. So I ask you tonight to take that into consideration with offering the digital option. And I want to say this last thing because I know my time is running. Florida had 32 pediatric COVID hospitalizations per day between July 24th and 30th. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, adjusted for the population, that's 0.76 kids hospitalized per 100,000 residents. That's the highest rate in the country. Please, please, we have a duty to our students and our teachers to provide a safe learning and working environment to them. Last but not least, I want to ask, because you said it, Mr. Thacker, please keep in mind that our teachers, that we all want to come in here and give you all advice and tell you about what they're going through. They've been here for over 2.5 hours waiting to address you all. Please consider moving the public comment back to the beginning so that people, the majority of this community, that's the working class community, can get off work, can come in here and address you all, and then go home to their families. Thank you.
Next, Megan Carter. Megan Carter. Ms. Carter, if you would, name and address for the record, and 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
My name is Megan Carter. My address is 204 Ellsworth Court, 7834758. I feel like I've done this before again. I was sitting outside the building because personally I don't feel safe in this room or in this hallway. But I will not let my voice not be heard at a public meeting that I have every right to be at. There's a sign on the door out front that says this is a tobacco-free campus and that all Osceola schools are tobacco-free campuses. And that's good. My goal is to have smoking sections in our restaurants. I mean, we couldn't have smoking sections because we all know that smoke doesn't just stay to one side of the room because we designate that section. The same is true for COVID-19 and this virus. Okay, COVID-19 is not going to avoid the masked section. I also want to point out that there's a Tampa Bay Times article. I encourage all of you to read it. It's by Rose Wong. I will email it to you all. And it talks about how Florida had 32 pediatric COVID-19 hospitalizations per day between July 24th and 30th. According to the CDC, kids hospitalized in Florida is the highest rate in the whole country. So the least we can do is make sure that all our kids are safe. And no, I don't like wearing a mask either. I really don't. It sucks. This mask that I'm wearing is protecting all of you from the upper respiratory infection I just started taking antibiotics for, more than it's protecting me from anybody in this room that could have the Delta variant. This isn't funny, it's not political. Do you want kids to die? Do you want the grandparents to die? Because I keep hearing stories. I heard a story about a janitor here in Osceola County that died of COVID-19. So it's not like people are dropping dead of this virus. People are getting sick and they're dying, and people who are vaccinated are catching it too. Okay, this isn't the polio vaccine from the 60s, which, by the way, we had 2 decades of research to make sure that the new polio vaccine, the one that has prevented all of us from getting polio today, The oral vaccine that they had prevents transmission of that disease. We do not have such a thing for vaccines in our country, in the world. We don't have any kind of vaccines for any kind of other respiratory virus or infection that prevents us from transmitting to other people. So even though I am vaccinated and I am masked today, no, this mask, it's not an N95 mask. It is a piece of cloth, 2 pieces of cloth, okay? I just don't understand why we're doing this. You want.
Ms. Carter, you need to start wrapping it up.
Okay, well, we want kids to be safe in schools, right? We want all kids to be able to learn. When you have parents who have one child accepted into Osceola virtual school and the other one has no option except to go to school, you're putting families in a very, very strange situation where they can't even trust that our public schools are safe for their kids to go to. I ask that you have a mask mandate in place because I see
Ms. Carter,
almost all of you are wearing masks today.
we try to be respectful to you, but our time too, and your time is up.
Understood. Please have the mask mandate.
Thank you.
Save lives.
Kevin Stillwagon? Is that right?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Kevin Stillwagon, 1603 Lakeshore Boulevard, St. Cloud, Florida. We are obviously creating a generation of germaphobes, and this is going to destroy our society. You just saw it. This is because people think that the person right next to them is going to be a threat. And that's seeping into the minds of our children now. And this comes from 100-year-old science that Fauci believes in. This science takes viruses and bacteria, puts them in a petri dish with weakened human cells to see if the pathogens will infect the cells. And if they do, this idea supposedly proves that when we come in contact with certain viruses or bacteria, it will always cause a certain disease. Nothing could be further from the truth. For example, if I swabbed everyone in this room right now, everyone, for streptococcus and the coronavirus, I would find it in most of us, but we're not sick. Why is that? The reason is because the pathogen is only associated with a disease. It is not the cause of the disease. The cause of the disease is the breakdown of the immune system. I cannot stress how important it is to grasp this concept. Infectious diseases with severe symptoms will only happen in the immunosuppressed, and wearing a mask will not protect them. In fact, one of the easiest ways to suppress the immune system and make one more susceptible to infection is by wearing a mask. That mask causes hypoxia and hypercapnia, which influences interferons, which are proteins that modulate the immune system. Not only that, and there's an epidemiologist sitting right there that will back me up on this, that mask will trap all sorts of pathogens that can constantly be re-inhaled, making the wearer 13 times more likely to develop an upper respiratory infection. And then there's the physics of the mask. Since it's not tightly sealed to your face, there is a Venturi effect that actually pulls pathogens in through the gaps and traps them near your nose. And all masks have velocity ratings, meaning that when you cough or sneeze or talk loudly or breathe heavily through it, viruses that were in droplets now become aerosolized and launch way more than 6 feet. I know that some of you right now are all wrapped up in this crazy idea that there's a Delta variant and it's going to kill us all and we all need to start wearing masks again. Well, let me educate you on viruses. They are not living things. They are genetic information wrapped in a protein shell. This genetic information in them is actually necessary for our survival. The viruses help us to make new proteins that help us adapt to our ever-changing environment, and we are swimming in a sea of these viruses. You have 360 trillion viruses inside of you right now, and you're afraid of one. When you try to block the transmission of these viruses by using a vaccine, the human body will actually create mutations or variants to the virus so that it can continue to spread. We're seeing that happen right now. So it's actually the vaccinated people that are driving the mutations, not the unvaccinated people. And the good news is these variants are usually more contagious, but not nearly as damaging to the immunosuppressed. I feel sorry for you guys. You gotta make tough decisions. Make the right one.
Next, Melody Rivera. Thanks for bearing with us.
Thank you.
Should name and address for the record.
It's Melody Rivera, and I live on 2106 Jeremiah Way. My 7-year-old son, well, I was hoping to start second grade this year in person. However, we're hesitant to send him back with the lack of mask mandates and digital learning options. My husband is a mathematics professor at Valencia. He's also a PhD student at UCF. I work for an arts organization in Central Florida, and believe me, I know how difficult it is to wear a mask because I sing in one every week. Both of our employers have taken a really slow approach to reopening. They've been really careful to transition back to normal operations. Valencia is instituting limits on class sizes and has actually hired about 200 visiting professors this semester to meet the increased need for digital learning. Both organizations require everyone wear masks following recommendations from the CDC, Advent Health, and Orlando Health. These decisions have been made out of an abundance of caution, taking into account that 48.6% of the population in Florida is vaccinated. I do not understand why Osceola County Schools is eliminating virtual options when 0% of elementary age students have been vaccinated. Our son and many of his classmates thrived in a digital learning environment. Now the only virtual options are OBS and FBLS. Both of these options are subpar. OBS only has 1 hour of synchronous class time per week. 1 hour. This is unacceptable. FLBS is not much better with approximately 3 hours per week. How can you defend the notion that 1 hour of live instruction per week is a successful option for a second grader? The American Academy of Pediatrics issued a statement saying that all children and teachers should be fully masked regardless of vaccination status. The CDC has issued a similar statement. Osceola's current mask optional guidance goes against the medical professionals. Parents are forced to either send our kids to school knowing that they are at high risk of an infection or keep them home and accept an inferior educational plan. As a parent, I am asking that the school board reinstate a digital learning option for our home schools. Even just one digital learning classroom per grade level would be enough to meet demands. Parents could keep their kids safe at home while maintaining the pace and rigor of the regular school day. A fringe benefit of this option last year was that children that needed to quarantine did not fall behind in their studies. They simply joined the virtual class until they could return to campus. Of the 20 largest districts in the nation, 12 are requiring masks for students and staff this school year. The 8 that are remaining, all are in Florida and Texas, where our governors are putting politics above safety. There were 110,724 new cases of COVID in Florida last week. 99% of those cases were in unvaccinated people. 0% of our elementary age children are vaccinated. The positivity rate in Osceola County has jumped to 19.3%. There's been a 73% rise in COVID hospitalizations this week. 10,207 people in Florida are currently hospitalized with COVID, and as other people have mentioned, 32 children per day were hospitalized in Florida last week. 30% of all new cases nationwide are here in Florida. Now is not the time to force unmasked, face-to-face learning for the unvaccinated elementary age children of Osceola County. If you're not going to mandate masks, please reinstate virtual options for our home schools.
Thank you, Mr. Next up, Joshua Wow. Please name and address for the record in 3 minutes.
Thank you. Josh Wheel, 12908 Odyssey Lakeway, Orlando. I'm a teacher here in Osceola County, starting my 4th year here, 10th year as a public school teacher in the state. And I'm here today because I have been asked by some parents and families in our county to speak on behalf of COVID response. In continuation to what the previous speaker had said, I'd like to add some perspective with numbers from the 2020 year. So for reference, when we first broke in March of 2020 at spring break for COVID, the number and the threshold that we looked at to even consider reopening schools was 5% positivity. As things got worse over the summer, The threshold that we used across the state for when a city would go or a county would go on lockdown was 15% positivity. Osceola County is currently at 22% positivity. We are above all of those thresholds, and we have only reduced what we are doing to alleviate that. Now, I am aware that the state government has imposed laws and executive orders that restrict local governments from locking down and shutting down in the name of economics. And I am aware that they have authorized the Commissioner of Education, Richard Kirkorian, to withhold funding of any district that imposes a mask mandate. And I'm gonna know Richard Kirkorian, he'll damn well do it. But you are our first and last line of defense. The 5 of you are the elected officials who are here for this community to ensure the safety of our children and families. And if you can't lock down and if you can't mask mandate, then I need you to be a hell of a lot more creative than that, because you're the only ones who can. I need you to come up with an alternative, whether it's changing the schedules, whether it's limiting the number of student contact time to stagger, whether it's having more facilities, whether it's alleviating through distance learning, whatever it is that you have to do as a short-term basis, at some point, the bus is gonna have to turn around. The numbers aren't gonna magically get lower as we increase student contact. We saw it last year. We saw coming back from Thanksgiving break, a spike. We saw coming back from Christmas break, a bigger spike. Those were 1 and 2 weeks, this is 2 months. We know that there is a spike to come, and we are already at the highest level this state has ever seen. If you're not willing to turn it around at 22%, what is the line of demarcation? 35%, 50%? What percentage of tests need to turn positive before we can count on you to come up with a creative solution to ensure the safety of our children and families? Please, I'm asking you to step in. You get to be the hero this time, but we need you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Next up, Mr. John Kaiser. Okay. And Mr. Allen. Before you start, is there any, these are all the requests to speak I have. If there's anybody else, I don't have it, just let us know, but sorry, Mr. Allen.
Larry Allen, 722 Mabbitt. I'm gonna go a long way around to get where I need to be. This is a letter that was written, I think it was sent to Dr. Pace, but it basically recounts, this person is talking about she went to Mill Creek, then John Gateway, graduated in 2005, language arts teacher, 4th year teaching. What she's trying to say is she loves Osceola County, and she's really proud of being from Osceola County. She's got a deep concern. She's been following the recommendations of the scientific communities. In the past, SDOC has followed the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC, and trying to make sure that our people are safe. And according to her, they say that everyone K through 12, regardless of whether they're vaccinated or not, should have a face mask on campus. She's vaccinated, and she was really ecstatic when her turn came to get vaccinated. But she says there are people who have underlying conditions, so they cannot be vaccinated. It wouldn't be safe for them to do so. And then she recounts how children are not immune, they can pass it on, it's been proven. We saw that this last year, people who have immunocompromised family members. So there are a number of reasons why people will not get vaccinated. So she goes on to ask, since these things are happening, what are we going to do to keep people safe? You just heard about the governor has said we can't do this and that. because it'll take away our funding. Another parent spoke about that. I think you guys were elected to take care of Osceola County. And I think I believe anyway, that you know what's best for Osceola County instead of the governor, some outside entity coming here and telling us how we should do things. I said all that to say this. Those days that were taken from the calendar, teachers need those so that they can do the best for our students. Their babies, your children, you might have had them, but they're still our babies. And they need that time to give Johnny the very last chance to make up some assignment or to start planning for how they're going to you learn from what happened this semester and you make plans for doing better the next semester. So they're looking out for our kids, our babies. So we would appreciate you giving us those days back. So because we know, the teachers know, what's best for each individual child in their classroom so that they can do the best for our children. So thank you.
That will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Thank you all for bearing with us. And thank everybody for the comments that came and making the comments that they did.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yeah, if you've got something you want to add to that, Mr. Kruppenbach?
Mr. Chairman, let me just point out for those in attendance and the public and the benefit of the board, here's the situation the school district is in. We have a governor who has entered an order saying there will be masks optional. Broward County indicated they were going to challenge the governor. They backed down within the last 24 hours after the governor said, if you challenge, I'm taking away your funding. If he and the Commissioner of Education stop funding to this district, there is no money to pay for the employees, and there's no money to educate the children. And the devastation to the community becomes insurmountable. Now, as to coming up with creative options, I've watched Dr. Pace talk virtually every day to the health department, to the medical advisors. One needs to see in which the way Tallahassee regulates funding and regulates student contact time to know that virtually every kind of creative option you'd want to come up with, they wouldn't fund you for. So this board and superintendent are in the crosshairs of what is a horrible situation. They all care. I spend time with them. Every one of them cares very, very deeply about our students, about our staff. I've never heard one of them not express that kind of a thought. But I want everybody to know we're in a legal crossroads and districts are basically being told, okay, don't obey this and I'll use my power. And unfortunately, that's where we're at. There's nobody on this board that likes being in that situation, but it's one in which we are all in. That's it.
Mr. Castillo, you got a comment?
Mr.
Miss Castillo, did I say Mr.?
I don't know. It's so
I'm
late.
tired, I couldn't say anything.
It's so late.
But I believe I said Mr.
I just have Dr. Pace, can you remind me, I know that we decided not to, well, we didn't decide, we do not have the option to do the digital option because of funding, correct? Okay, so was the funding completely taken away or would have been a reduced option? It would have been a reduced funding?
Virtual funding, say for example, students who participate through Osceola Virtual School is paid at a lower per student rate than regular education. Per student funding for a virtual option, like what we offer through Osceola Virtual School, is at a lower per student rate than traditional FTE. And Sarah can give us more specific examples, but that is one of the things that some districts who had a very significant increase in their virtual school options last year have since seen some reduction in funding this year because of class size. Last year, the state provided three options where you could do a digital option at full funding, the traditional virtual school option at the same reduced funding that it's always been funded at, or regular FTE for face-to-face learners.
Okay, so thank you for that. It was so long ago, I got a little bit confused. So would we, and I'm not asking for implementation, I'm not even asking for consideration, I'm generally asking for my own curiosity and to remind myself of this long process we've gone through. So we decided we couldn't do the digital option the way we were doing it before. So I'm not talking about OVS, I'm talking about the at-school digital option for students because that was taken away from us, or would we theoretically still have the option to do that? Of course, the funding might be different and there would be some other considerations, but I'm just trying to kind of like give myself, would that be an option? I know that funding will be different, but is it?
I believe that the commissioner did away with the hybrid option completely.
That was just approved for last school year.
Okay.
So will it still be funded
I'm sorry.
for FTE completely? I mean, will it be completely taken away? Or would it be just at a reduced rate? If you did the hybrid option?
The expectation is that districts will offer face-to-face brick and mortar school 5 days a week for all students, and the virtual school option that we're required in statute to provide that includes a lower reimbursement rate for FTE purposes. In terms of some of the situations with special needs, and I don't want to talk specifically, I've asked Mr. Flowers to work with Ms. DeLuca tomorrow to see if potentially there's a hospital homebound option or something like that we could do on a short-term basis to try to meet those kids' needs. But keep in mind as well that requiring our teachers to do that simultaneous instruction in their classrooms was very, very challenging and something that I heard loud and clear teachers didn't really want to do again.
I understand.
We have increased allocations at our Osceola Virtual School program, hired additional staff to meet the needs of increased enrollment. We also have extended the open enrollment period for Osceola Virtual School through August the 6th for an August the 12th start. If after August the 6th and after we get everybody started on August 12th with an assigned teacher and we have room on a grade level or class basis, we'll open back up that enrollment for students. Parents are absolutely right, and that Osceola Virtual School is challenged to meet the needs of some of our exceptional student education students. And that's not been its typical provision. The curriculum's not there, that's not what the staff is trained to do. But we're gonna look at what options we have for individual case-by-case situations so that we can meet the needs of students on their IEPs.
Thank you. I do have some other questions, and board, I know it's 8:40 and we still have a lot to do, but if there's anything that I'm passionate about in this agenda, it's all of these public comments, because I'm also a parent. And I do have some questions that I want to continue asking, if you don't mind, if you would.
We're here for.
Thank you. So I spoke with some of my colleagues in other districts with regards to what they're doing, because every district in Florida is facing the same really difficult decision. And it's very difficult. It's not, this is the work that we decided to do, so, we're definitely up for the task. But it has not been easy. And I haven't heard of anyone doing anything different other than Broward County, mandating masks and then having to resend that. Do you know of any counties who are implementing anything that might be creative to kind of help some of the concerns that were? Okay.
And I participated in a call with superintendents, all of them from across the state on Friday. We're all facing the same level of challenge.
Okay. All right.
You good?
No, but I guess all my questions are answered for now.
Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, I have a quick follow-up, kind of along the same lines as Member Castillo. But, kind of thinking creatively myself, I can think outside of the box as well. The hybrid option, I understand that it can be kind of difficult to implement because not only like what Dr. Pace mentioned, that some teachers didn't want to participate, but when we start getting to the high school level, because somebody had mentioned during the public comment, why don't you just have one per grade level? that works well when you have one teacher teaching the whole student, like in an elementary school. You're a kindergartner, you have like one teacher for all your subjects. When you start getting to high school, now you have different students taking different classes, and it becomes a little bit difficult to manage. So I can understand the implementation of that being difficult. However, I started thinking, somebody said the Osceola Virtual School has like live instruction, but only so many hours a day. And then I heard Dr. Pace just mention, well, we're gonna allocate more resources to virtual school. Why don't we just increase the number of live instruction hours for the Osceola virtual option? So that way, we're not really changing the infrastructure that much. We're just asking the teachers to plug online longer per day, in a sense, creating a hybrid approach, but just for the virtual school that has a curriculum that's already in line with the district, so to speak. So I just curious to see what Dr. Pace would think about something like that. And I'm not expecting an answer right now, but you know what I'm saying? And essentially, the long answer is, what if we increase the number of live instruction hours for people who choose the Osceola virtual option?
Thank you, Mr. Melendez, for that input, and I absolutely will follow up with our principal, Ms. Clevenger. Most of our virtual school teachers have a larger class load than the traditional classroom teacher face-to-face, and so that's why scheduling that time can also be difficult, because it's not like they're only working for an hour a day. They work a traditional 7.5-hour day, just at alternative times, because there are follow-up calls with parents, there's the creation of assignments, there's some video work that happens, there's grading, parent conferences, because they have to have check-ins on a regular basis with all of the students. So I will follow up with Mrs. Clevenger and provide some individual information for you and any other board member that wants it, but we will continue to explore options for how we do that more successfully.
Mr. Arguello? Thank you, Jules. Mr. Arguello?
Dr. Pace, our Osceola Virtual School is essentially just rebranded Florida Virtual School, right? So there's not a lot that we can do.
It is the Florida Virtual School curriculum, but it is SDOC trained and SDOC employed teachers. And we have the option of providing face-to-face tutoring, some face-to-face support, which we are doing more of now that we have the facility built out over at what was the St. Cloud Middle School Music Building. So I think, we'll continue to look, because we want that school to be just as successful as our traditional schools. But it is the Florida Virtual School curriculum with our teachers.
If we have, I think that there has to be an option. One of the teachers, I think, mentioned that we may have kids that get quarantined, right? And then what do you do with those kids? They just lose the 14 days. So is there any way that we can have like these, maybe like cyclical, classroom settings where it's maybe virtual while they're, but no matter what, you can hop into one of those days and you can be learning and making use of your time to reduce the amount of educational loss that you suffer during those processes.
Let me talk to this team about what we could do in terms of that kind of creativity. What we are already putting into place to build on some of the things that we learned last year is that all of our teachers during pre-planning have designated time and opportunity to build their classes in Teams or Canvas so that they can on a daily basis post assignments there, correspond with students, and provide additional support. We also have already got intervention time scheduled into the regular calendar, both within the school day and before and after school and on the weekends. That will start, what's the date? August 13th? August 13th. So we're putting provisions in place so that students who have to be quarantined don't just completely lose 10 days of instruction, but have opportunity to keep up as best they can while we go along, and then have a committed effort to bring them back in and get them caught up as soon as we can, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We've not asked our teachers to provide simultaneous instruction, so it'll let the kid log in all day long, but we want to make sure that they're accessible, and we'll continue to do that. I apologize, August 23rd. August 23rd, not August the 13th. Thank you. It's hard sometimes to understand, but thank you for clarifying, because we want to get that right.
Good?
No. It's kind of open forum in regards to addressing the.
No, I'm okay with that, but let's stay in order too, with
Okay,
people
sure.
listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Castillo?
I almost don't really want to ask this question because I kind of know the answer, but I think that we're kind of hitting a wall here with respect to what we can do, and I think I'm just willing to throw anything that might have even come up at some point. So one of the concerns, I spoke with a parent this afternoon, who was in tears because her child did get COVID and she had never seen her so sick. And I understand the emotion that goes behind that. So I'm willing to throw anything at this issue right now to solve it. What would be the challenge? I know I'm gonna ask you something crazy right now. What would be the challenge with staggered start times? Because one of the biggest challenges that we're gonna have is we have full classrooms. And we clearly, as we have 50% of our county who doesn't want to use masks, and we have 50% of our counties who do. So that's a really, it's a challenge. What are the challenges with staggered start times, or maybe having like different times for classes in order to maybe alleviate some social distancing issues, at least until this hopefully is over?
I absolutely understand the concerns that our families and teachers and that all of you are expressing tonight.
Sure.
I did talk with the Department of Health again this afternoon. Some of the data that's been shared, I'm not sure exactly where they got it, but the data that's been reported by the DOH shows that currently, right now, 14% of all cases in Florida are school-age children. But in the year 2021, so since January, there have been only 4 hospitalizations reported in children. There are other students children who've gone to the emergency room for care, but in terms of inpatient care for children, there have only been 4, according to the Department of Health data that comes from the state. In addition, currently of eligible population in the state or in our area, 55% of those 12 and under have had at least one shot, and 66% of our people have had both shots. And actually, ages 12 to 14, 44% of Osceola County students are vaccinated, and ages 15 to 19, 55% are vaccinated. So of our students in that 12 and up category, about half of them will have had their vaccines. That does not help with the elementary school issue. I absolutely get it. I think another number that's important to share, and I'm sorry, Mr. Thacker, for taking additional time, but I do think it's important to get some real data out there, is that currently right now of all reported cases, less than 2% are individuals who have vaccines, according to the Florida shots. 1.9% of all cases right now currently who have COVID or have been diagnosed with COVID have had their vaccines. So we do know that. That's why in my media interviews I'm saying, please make a good decision for yourself about a mask, make a good decision for your family, and get your vaccine if you possibly can, if it's in line with your medical beliefs and with what your medical provider is saying. In terms of staggered starts or a hybrid schedule, the commissioner has made it very clear, we have no leeway whatsoever on instructional minutes that are required to award credit and receive funding. So that's your full school day, as well as 5 days a week brick and mortar schools. So that's the challenge. So certainly could we look at creative scheduling and bring in half of the staff at 7 and half of the staff at 2? Certainly. But that becomes a scheduling nightmare not only for staff, but also for transportation, food service, and all of those other operational logistical issues. Now, we're smart people in this room, and I know we have a very smart board, and we can figure out just about anything, but that's what would be required. And then there are questions about who wants to come early and who wants to come late, and all of those things. So can I get that done by August the 12th? Absolutely not.
No, of course,
But are we gonna have to be responsive, open and transparent about reporting positive cases, COVID quarantines, and what we're gonna do about it? Absolutely. And the most important message that I would just like to share, since I've taken the bully pulpit, is please, if you're sick, do not come to school or to work. If you have bronchitis, don't come and talk to us. Stay home and send us your message. And I apologize, that's not personal, but how do we know that it's bronchitis? And that's what we're asking people to make good, healthy decisions for themselves and for their community. We have to all be in this together.
Right.
And I'll stop.
Mr. I'm sorry, you done?
Yeah, for now.
Mr. go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Beck, so we can address kind of different topics here, right, that were raised. My topic is about the days that we took off, right? So how much does it cost to give the teachers back time? It seems like they have a reasonable issue in that they are leaving, they have to pack up their class and close everything down on the last day of students being there. So we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, 10, 20 at a time, in consultants to think of great plans and ideas. It just seems like if they need that day, I think that we can survive with some of the things that we get and give some time back to them.
I just want to, for the record, say that no days were taken away from teachers. Teachers have a 196-day calendar, they're still being paid 196 days, there's 6 paid holidays, and they're still working 184, I think, or 180 days of actual instruction. A year ago, because of COVID, we got a lot of requests and a lot of interest in pushing the start date back. So the team came up with a calendar that extended pre-planning by a week, so we had 10 days of pre-planning, no additional cost to the budget, and everybody got paid on time, but we delayed school by a week. To do that, the teacher work days and the day at post-planning got moved into pre-planning. This year, we proposed doing that again, because I'm gonna be honest, I had a lot of positive feedback from teachers and principals about how nice it was not to be stressed, preparing for the new school year, having time to get things set up, just less stress during that critical rush of preparation for schools. I understand all of that was forgotten when we were tired in October and January and March and May. We had classrooms to clean up and grades to do and all those types of things. So this year, after we met with the calendar committee, we heard the feedback from teachers and OCEA, we decided to let's give 2 of those days or 3 of those days back during the year and have 8 days of pre-planning and still have 2 work days during the course of the year. If we wanna offer another day at the end of the year for post-planning, I will get Sarah and Jose to calculate that. I can get that information to the board. Do you know what it is?
I just looked at it, it's a little over $1.4 million.
And we have an executive session later tonight to discuss bargaining. I'm certainly willing, to discuss. I hear their concerns. I just wanna make clear for the record, we didn't take any days away.
Yeah, same number of days, it just shifted.
Got moved.
So it's 1.4 you said, sir? Because we have a gigantic COVID reserve of money, right? I mean, if they're I don't know, maybe it's only the teachers that were here before us, but I have heard it before. And so, I mean, I would know, it'd be great maybe if we had a partnership with the union and the union did its due diligence and found out whether or not that's the case, that 90% of teachers really want another day. And for me, it would seem like a good investment.
And keep in mind that we set aside money in the ARP budget, that's come out yet, but in that CARES budget specifically for strategic initiatives. So that's certainly something that we can talk about with as a board, okay?
Okay. Mr. Krebenbacher?
Members of the board, may I take my mask off? At the last board meeting, it was requested that Dr. Pace and I do an investigation regarding issues raised related to the registration or lack thereof of the board's lobbyist, Mr. Horner. The following is the result of the investigation we have done. First, we confirmed that Mr. Horner was, during the last legislative session, registered to lobby the Florida legislature on behalf of the school board. As part of confirming that registration, I learned that the Florida House of Representatives has an additional reporting filing requirement, requiring that lobbyists file who and what they're lobbying on as the session moves forward. So things change during the session, etc. I then contacted a Mr. Rubottom, who is in charge of the Public Integrity and Elections Committee within the House of Representatives, to inquire about Mr. Horner's filing pursuant to that requirement. He had not filed as of that particular time, and Mr. Rubottom then provided me a verbal explanation of that happens at the time. When they're aware of it, they mention it to the lobbyist, and the lobbyist registers it. Additionally, I think you've all read, he then, what he said to me is probably more accurately stated in an email that he sent to Mr. Arguello, following an email from a subordinate in his department to Mr. Arguello. So I can report to the board that as of this time, Mr. Horner is filed with Mr. Rubottom's filing house requirements, and he was filed with the legislature on the legislative broad statement of filing. And that concludes my report.
Okay. You have another item on your agenda, working session for property.
Oh, yes. Mr. Chairman, if you could look to when you get a chance to coordinate a session where we could review with the board the process for which we go through real estate.
You know, for a workshop.
For a workshop, yes, sir. And, you know, one of the things that came out of a meeting we had with the developer was that Rhonda and I are looking at trying to get in deals with developers that they will look to hire our students as apprentices in the various trades. And we got a positive reaction, so we hope to be able to get that done. Next one, Mr. Chairman, is we scheduled a hearing for Ms. Figueroa that was continued when she hired an attorney. I got a date available for Ms. Figueroa's attorney, and the question is, could the board be available on the morning of August 27th, Tuesday? If you can't be here in person, as long as we had a quorum, you could participate by phone.
August, what day?
August 27th is a
Yeah, August 27th is Friday.
Oh, the document Giselle gave me said Tuesday, but I have August 27th as a date, if the board could be available.
What time?
As long as it could possibly be virtual. I might be here, but I'm not on.
What you said the time was, I'm sorry.
We do it in the morning, 9:30 and start.
And virtual is an option for that?
No.
Oh, I thought you said
It's
it
not.
was.
Quorum has to be present. So as long as we have a quorum, we could have two of you actually participate by phone.
Can we vote?
I need to confirm the time. Is it Tuesday the 24th then? Or is it, I just want to make sure that we're talking about.
Friday, 2/7.
Okay, Friday 2/7. Okay. I don't have a scheduling conflict with that day. I can do it.
If that works, Mr. Chairman, I will get with you on the proper scheduling and order. If it works. And then finally, Mr. Bass, you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, a project you're working on with the boosters and backpacks, and the chairman offered help. If you'll let me know, it's for the benefit of kids, I'll have the legal team financially help out.
Listen, it's,
No,
my
we
office
like
is
to
full
do
of backpacks, so
kids.
yeah, I'm good to go, I'm
Believe
good.
me, it's the one thing we like to do. What we don't like is the political side of stuff. So helping the kids is really helpful.
That it?
Yes, sir.
This is to new business, and we have 4 items added. Julius, you had one of them. Do you want to start? I think it was you. Continuing service contract for CMs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We had 2 projects that we approved of actually that were on the agenda today. I mean, they weren't approved, but they were working on. One of them was the St. Cloud Middle School renovation, and the other one was the welding program at OTEC. And they're both like $1.9 million or in that range. And the board didn't really get to vote on it because according to CCNA rules, if it's less than $2 million, they can do, continuing service agreement. The issue that I have is that both of those contracts, one of them went to Clancy and Days, and the other one went to Wellbrook. Both excellent companies, I'm not against them, but the problem is, those are the opportunities that your smaller CMs or your local vendors should be able to participate. Because your smaller contractors can never build $100 million school. They're never gonna build a high school. They're never gonna build even like a regular elementary school at 30, 40, $50 million. But the smaller contractor has the potential capacity for bonding, for insurance and everything else to do a $2 million wing or a $2 million building. So that's what's disheartening a little bit, is that the big boys, are in the smaller pot, in the smaller pool. And so, when I spoke with Mr. Clinch about that before, he was like, okay, it was an unintended consequence because there are some smaller CMs in that pool. But I don't know if maybe we look at revising that pool or having a continuous service agreement for CMs themselves. And I think that was a separate category. The point being is that we want some of these smaller local vendors to be able to participate more. And again, they're never gonna be able to vote on the big ticket items, but the smaller items that are less than $2 million, that's like their ability to build up their portfolio and do something that can actually work with the district. So that is the intent behind it. I look forward to see what the board members' response is. But again, I want to be able to work with our local vendors as much as possible, and they're not even able to participate at all when we have the big ticket items. But on the small items less than $2 million, that's their ticket to be able to get into the school district and work with us and keep the money local.
Any comments? John?
Yeah, I couldn't be more in agreement with you. I agree. I think that $2 million threshold is like just the right spot, the sweet spot for our local people. I think that we have plenty of them to do that work. We have plenty of them asking to do the work. We have plenty of them that are qualified. So it's definitely, I think that that's good. And I think it goes in line with what the VWMDBE program that I'm going to be motioning for tonight.
Yep.
So the next step would be, is that like just general direction, and then maybe Mr. Clinch can look at the possibility of creating that categorical, or does that require a vote, or just maybe staff can give us an analysis and see what that looks like, or when the current continuing service agreements expire, and see if we can get more of the locals on there or smaller vendors on there. I mean, I don't know.
One just quick comment. Don't forget that when Clancy and Thay's Wellrow, I think it was a Wellrow, the other one, I'm not sure.
Yes.
When those guys do it, they don't do that much of the work. Much of that work is done by local electricians, plumbers, carpenters, steel people. So, the fact that they are big, I agree, but it does mean there are still a lot of people that are doing a lot of work for them that are local. Mr. Chair,
I've had Mr. Melendez, I've had a lot of experience in this. I've had a lot of experience in this area, so if you would allow me to get with Mr. Clinch, and we'll talk through and then come back to the board to see how we do things legally and make it work and give the board options, that would be appreciated.
Mr. Arsenio, are you good? I'm sorry, Julius, are you good?
Yeah, just one other item, real quick. I know it's a long board meeting and it's a little bit uncomfortable, but there was a commission on ethics, finding a probable cause, with involving the school board attorney. I did speak to him about it a little bit earlier today, and I did call the commission on ethics to get an idea of what the process is like. And they said that at this current moment, they have to either, try to reach a settlement with him, or they can give it to a full evidentiary hearing to go before a Department of Administrative Hearing judge. And then the judge can make its own recommendation at that point. And then the Commissioner of Ethics goes ahead and makes a recommendation to the governor. So the point is, I just want to be able to be transparent and say that, yes, I had that conversation with the attorney. So everyone's kind of innocent until proven guilty. But just to let you know that, the public especially, that, we are cognizant of that. And then, I don't want to jump the gun or put the cart before the horse, but when we get there, we'll take that step ahead. And so I just wanted to, just kind of share that with the rest of the board. And because whatever the Commission of Ethics doesn't bind this board to do something. But, in good policy, we may want to do something or not do something based on a future decision, not on the current decision of a finding of probable cause. I'd rather have like a specific verdict with a sentence saying, hey, this is what's happening. So I just want to let the public know that we're not just sitting back, we're waiting for the due process to occur and get to its conclusion.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
First, I'm not interested in settling anything. I want to go to an evidentiary hearing. I have dealt with this for 3 years. I've dealt with the attack on my wife, my daughter, my son by them. And I want to give you a background. I was appointed to the Florida Commission on Ethics. I was appointed by the chief judge in this district to sit on the ethics committee to deal with issues within Orange County. I was the chief ethics officer at 2 entities, all right? I attempted to report significant illegal activity and waste of public dollars. The result of that was I got locked out of my office without notice. And subsequently, I get this complaint of things, and I look forward to responding to it. I cannot speak about it publicly because Florida Virtual School has refused to waive the attorney-client privilege. So pursuant to the Florida bar rules, I have to wait to the hearing where I have an opportunity to say some things, but not other things. But saying it outside that hearing places my license in jeopardy. I am exceedingly offended. I can tell you that, and it's been 3 years, and I've not been able to really have my say. And as a former member of the Ethics Commission, I understand exactly why they find probable cause. It's he said, she said. And they don't make a decision. They let it go off to an independent judge to come back. In order to be found in violation of the Florida Ethics Code, there has to be a finding you had corrupt intent. I participated in starting Florida Virtual School. I can tell you right now, they would have been sold by the Senate President had I not intervened, all right? I dedicated a good 13 years to making sure that worked. So this is very, very offensive to me, given the background. And I'll leave it at that, and I thank you all for giving me an opportunity to kind of vent a little. Thank you, Mr. Melendez.
Yes, sir. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Mr. Arboleda, you have 3 items. Want to work through this?
Yeah, okay, so the first one is the termination of lobbying contract with Macy Island. To speak about what Mr. Karpenbacher had mentioned earlier, I'd like to read the following into the record based on the email I received from the Department of Ethics from Tallahassee. So it essentially says, regarding Mr. Horner's registration to lobby, our committee has received 2 contracts for Mr. Horner for Osceola County School District. The first was received on 3/3/2018 and terminated 12/31/2018. The second contract was received last Wednesday, 7/14/2021, which was the day after the meeting where he presented the legislative update. And I continue, it expires 12/31/2022. Thus, it appears Mr. Horner was not in compliance. I repeat, thus it appears that Mr. Horner was not in compliance with the House rule requiring disclosure of public entity contracts for the years 2019, 2020, and the first half of 2021, which is after session took place. Compliance is a House condition for lobbying. Therefore, it appears that he was not authorized to lobby the House during that period. I'll repeat that again. Compliance is a House condition for lobbying, and therefore it appears that he was not authorized to lobby the House during that period. The email continues. The House did receive issued disclosures from Mr. Horner for the 2021 session required under another House rule. However, he only listed the General Appropriation Act bill numbers. By the way, that was the day after he came before the board. The email continues. The rule, however, requires greater specificity because the school district does not have an interest in every budget line item. It does not appear that Mr. Horner disclosed any issues on behalf of the school district. Thus, it also appears that he was deficient in his issue disclosures for the past 2 years. As with the contract disclosure rule, compliance with the issue disclosure requirements is a condition to lobbying the House. We include this information to fully respond to your inquiry and to assist Mr. Horner to more fully comply with the requirements of House rules in coming sessions. The email goes on to say that many lobbyists don't do it and so on and so forth. However, I was not looking for an opinion on whether that was okay or not. The fact is, with me, it is not okay. It is a legal matter. Was he authorized to lobby the House? No. Was he completely disclosing the documents that he was required to disclose according to the House rules? No. So my question is, why would we keep him? Why would we allow a lobbyist to do a job that he's not properly disclosing his contracts for? And we're not the only agency. We're not the only government body. So apparently skirting the rules, again, when we talk about trust, transparency, and good governance, and we allow someone to skirt the rules, okay, that is a problem. And it's a problem that we need to address. So we're looking at trying to give teachers, coming up with $1.4 million to give teacher another planning day. Well, here's $60,000 that we're just throwing into the trash because he's buddy-buddy with some of the people in our community. To me, that's unacceptable. This is a simple legal issue. He was not able to do the job that we have contracted him to do. Yet, he did it. And through many occasions throughout the county, I heard various people say that he was doing this work, so he must have been doing it in an unauthorized manner. I don't care what the House does to him. It's not my business. What matters to me is that the school board begin to improve its processes, its transparency, and its good governance. And if we allow Mr. Horner to do this because he's friends with people here at the district, then shame on us. And shame on anyone for allowing that to happen. This is, it's mind-boggling that, first of all, that Mr. Horner would have such little respect for the district that he would go and disclose properly. And secondly, that we would continue to tolerate that. And it shows that when you're friends, you get stuff done, and when you're not friends, then you get hosed at the school district. If that's the official policy of the school district, I think it's very interesting for the public to know in a manner such as this, where we're gonna vote right now, because I motion to terminate the lobbying contract with Macy Island.
Mr. Chair, if I may, when I looked at the lobbying contract itself.
Wait a minute, we have a motion, we don't have a second.
Okay, second motion with discussion.
Okay, hold on just a second. I have a motion by Mr. Arguello with a second by Mr. Melendez to terminate the Macy Island lobby contract. Julius. Mr. Melendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because at the last meeting, it was a presentation, and so I didn't understand that it was going under the contract language. So when I did a public records request and I reviewed the language that, the contract itself, and I saw that Horner was in fact getting paid, $5,000 a month or $60,000 a year. But when you look at Rutledge Yesenia, I looked at their contract. They had an $18,000 contract, $18,600 for a year, and it got amended for a 2-year contract totaling $55,800. But that's for 2 years. So essentially, we're paying Rutledge Yesenia $27,900 a year for their services. As you know, Rutledge Yesenia is a team of folks. They have Jessica, they have, I don't want to name all the names, but the point is, they have a group of people that work with us. And throughout the school year, you see the updates on our cell phone that says, hey, this is the latest what's going on. These are the goings on with the budget, the conferences. And I did not receive that same level of service from Mr. Horner. Now, we did get an update from LA, and so he did provide some updates. But if you want to compare apples to apples, Rutledge Yesenia was doing the big load of what we were doing. And then in addition, when Mr. Arguello asked, are you registered to lobby with the district? they said right away, and they knew right away, there was no concern or question at all as to whether or not they were registered to lobby, not just as lobbyists as a whole, but to lobby for specific bills. And then upon looking at it, Redistricting was registered for specific bills. So they understand the law better and the House policy, but it's not really a law. But the point is, they're willing to comply with the requirements of Tallahassee, and they're also able to keep us up to date. And we're paying them $27,900 a year, yet we're paying Mr. Horner $60,000 a year. So we're paying them more than twice, and I'm not exactly sure why. You know, so that is a very good question that we have to look at. In addition, the lobbying contract also says to submit to a background check. I don't know if Mr. Horner submitted a background check and what has been the results of that background check, because as you know, we have the Jessica Lunsford Act, we have other issues. And as a lobbyist, he does come upon our campus. And I remember one time he did an update at one of our schools. And so, you know, passing a background check as an outside vendor, you know, should be the same for whether you're a lobbyist or a contractor building in schools. So, you know, that's another reason why I see that as, that's a potential issue for the school district as well. You know, and then last but not least, there are other companies. You know, I spoke with Ray Robinson when I spoke to him at the Florida School Boards Association, and they don't charge that much. I mean, they're one of the most powerful lobbying firms that are out there. So it is a question of return on investment, and say for $60,000, are we capable of doing better and performance and what we're doing? So with that being said, that's why I support this motion.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned something about the contract, Julius, because I also read through his contract. And whether or not he's technically in breach of his contract is a question for Mr. Kruppenbacher. However, I will state that I also made a public records request for all of Mr. Horner's contacts with the school district for the previous 12 months. I think it's interesting to mention, there were 246 emails exchanged where Mr. Horner was included. Of those 246 emails, only a handful Mr. Horner was actually involved in. All the rest, he was only CC'd. So for $60,000 a year, it's essentially about $10,000 per email that Mr. Horner was sending to his district. And many of those emails had really nothing but planning or so on. Anyone in the public will know, and I'll share, I mean, I can share those, there, you'll see for yourself. I think that it's amazing to think that we're paying, you know, $60,000 and there's not even any traffic. There's no reporting, there's nothing. There's like 20 different responsibilities according to his contract, and yet I couldn't really make a realistic, I certainly could not convict him of being the lobbyist for Osceola County. So I think that that's just we know what this is. It's the absolute height of cronyism and you know, so.
But it's also a dangerous precedent too, Mr. Arguello. You know, when him and you had a little bit of an issue, and which happens, you know, obviously in the world of government, then he went ahead and hired a lawyer. And do we really want our vendors that have a disagreement with the district to hire lawyers and sue us or try to, you know, threaten us in that respect? So now we have to hire an outside attorney to be able to defend ourselves when you're conducting your actions as an elected official. So, you know, again, you know, that's another dangerous precedent that we have to look at as a board and consider. Do we want to reward vendors who are being adversarial in relationships and creating, you know, hiring lawyers and making us defend actions and costing us even more money to the district as well?
Starting to get a little circular, Mr. Arguello, and then we're going to take a vote fairly soon here.
I'm. It's funny that you mentioned that also. So I have this complaint here, this letter written here from an attorney representing Mr. Horner, which is essentially a threat. And if there's nothing that is intimidation when you mess with people's money, of course they get upset. And that's exactly what was lobbied at me, is threats and fake accusations. I think that everyone by now knows that I'm not afraid to acknowledge what I say, but I'm sure as hell I'm not going to take the blame for things that I don't say. So this is very interesting reading. It's a work of fiction, and I certainly look forward to combating this if that's another issue. However, it is another issue. I'll call the question.
Have a motion by Mr. Arguello with a second by Mr. Melendez to terminate Macy Island's lobbyist contract. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
Aye.
The motion fails 2-3 to terminate the contract. John, I think you've got the veterans
Yes,
program.
so, yep, Thank you, Chairman. So this is a veterans, women's, minorities, disadvantaged business enterprise program. I would like essentially to begin the process of establishing a committee led by myself and another board member, whomever that may be, to establish this essentially an MBE program that promotes economic vitality and local benefit through partnership with veteran, women, minority, local, and other disadvantaged business enterprises. And I think it's obviously something that is needed in this county. Again, it's one of those things that moves towards rectifying some of the transparency and trust issues that the community has, as well as just good governance to do this. So allowing local and minority and disadvantaged businesses to take part in places where they are not necessarily, I think is great for the community. And so I motion for the begin the stages of study and establishment of that program.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello, with a second by Mr. Melendez to begin to establish a veterans, women's, minority, et cetera, program. Mr. Krabenbacher, you have a...
Mr. Arguello, could I ask you to tweak it a little?
Sure.
And say, I'd like to have the attorney and staff report back to us at the next meeting, the foundation of what it would take to establish that, and then the board act on that.
I think I'm comfortable beginning the process and then allowing you to study
If
what
that's
it's
beginning the process, that you understand.
I think that we've
This
seen-
is a complicated, well, what I don't want the board to do is vote and have the vote interpreted that, well, you're automatically setting up. There are significant legal considerations. So if it's beginning the process that, hey, let's find out, and then there'll be the next step, I'm good with that, all right? Because I've dealt with a lot of these, and I just want to make sure it's great helping the veterans and everything. I pushed for it at the airport when they didn't have it, so I just want to make sure everybody understands what.
This is very complicated. It fell under my department for a very long time through my career, where we've got people hired to monitor and track it, and, you know, it's a deal. It's a great thing, but it's not a, it's just gotta be sure we know what we're getting into.
This is,
I have a question for the attorney. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Go ahead, Julius, and Robert, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, it's real quick. I understand that the Osceola County did a disparity study a couple years ago. Are we able to extrapolate some of that information? Because I know they do measurements of demographics and things like that. So are we able to kind of piggyback off that or use part of their data for this analysis?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Melendez. Following this being raised at the last meeting, I pulled in one of my associate lawyers and we began researching it. Osceola does not have a disparity study, so there was nothing we could piggyback off of. All right.
Mr.
I just want to say, the way I understand the motion, this is mainly an investigative or a study.
Begin the
to
process and come back.
The motion is to begin the process of it. It's not to just study and then find out that we cannot do it. The fact is, larger and smaller organizations than the Osceola County School District have implemented plans like this. I understand that it is complex. It may be boring to some. However, it is absolutely vital to the community that we begin to involve more people in the budget that we have here for a school district. $1.7 billion is money that is definitely we should be looking at how to keep that money within our community. I think it's absolutely vital. Mr. Thacker himself just said that it was great. So it can't be an issue of, oh, it's great, but it's too much of a hassle, or it's great, but it's expensive. When we pay, as I mentioned earlier, hundreds of thousands of dollars, hand over fist, in money to consultants and people, and apparently even lobbyists and so on, and everyone else, and yet we won't create an MBE program, which is absolutely established precedent everywhere else. It's coming. It's just, is it gonna come with this school board, or will it come with next? But it is coming to the Osceola County School District. I think that we should have the courage to do something good and positive.
And I just want to lay out the legal steps you all have to take so that we do it right and nobody can undermine it.
I have no problem with it, but in historically speaking, I have seen where and if I understand the boundaries of a similar program is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if, several companies bid, and if one of the people that are bidding falls within this category and they're within a percentage of the lowest bid, then they would get the nod, or they would get, and historically I've seen where businesses will, they're getting cagey, they're getting, they get their wives to be
Let me tell you what.
You can tweak it to make it.
We ferreted all that out. I can tell you, we had some really stringent requirements, and once the players really knew that it was gonna be monitored and watched close, they started producing the numbers. Not easy, right? But they did start we saw greater numbers of participation, like at the airport, than we envisioned, and local people being involved. So I can tell you, this is the stuff you're gonna all have to debate. All I'm gonna do is lay out the framework. Here are the steps you have to take to get there.
That doesn't sound like framework, it sounds like he's asking for it to be done, and I have no idea. Like, I need more information, and I'm not going to be put on a spot where if I vote against this, it makes me look like I don't care about our community. So I'm not gonna vote for it. I need more information, and I need more time. I have nothing to go on, nothing, sorry.
I am interpreting it this way.
But you did, and he's clearly stated that that's not what he wants.
Let me go a step further. A process can be stopped at any time.
Let Mr. Arguello talk and see. I think your light's on?
Yes, it is. So here's the question. Are there obstacles to MBEs? Is it an involved process? Of course, we all know that it is, okay? Is it an extension of fairness, transparency, and good governance? It is, okay? So it doesn't matter what the program looks like in the end, if it was a genuine intent to establish a program that helps these disadvantaged businesses, then it makes no sense to say no.
It does make sense to say no.
I'm sorry, excuse me one second. So essentially, we have, $1.7 billion of a budget. To allow that money to seep away from us uncontrolled is a travesty to our community when we are hit so hard by COVID. It's easy. We have the businesses here that we can be hiring to do jobs. The $2 million, here's the thing, Mr. Melendez earlier, he wasn't talking about the plumber or the whomever. What he was talking about is construction managers and general contractors. We have plenty of small and medium-sized general contractors and construction managers who would have been able to do this $2 million project. But they were outclassed by larger organizations. Again, I also have nothing against them. However, to me, what I have something against is blindly saying no every time something comes up that we can help the community with. If somebody came in here and said, "Hey, I'm a teacher," and you're like, "Oh well, we can't say no. I haven't seen anything about you. I'm going to say no matter what before they even come in through the door." I mean, we hire teachers. They come in. We allow them to come in. We try to attract them to come here versus anywhere else. We should be doing the same thing with businesses in our local community. We should be attracting businesses to come in. We should not be detracting that spread out. So it's a good thing. So far I've heard 2 school board members say that it's a great thing, it's a good thing, but there's problems. Well, there's problems with educating 80,000 kids. There's a problem managing a $1.7 billion budget, but we still do it. It's about doing the right thing for once, I'm gonna say.
May I speak, Mr. Chair? Thank you. So I could have just voted on this without saying anything, but sitting here for 4 hours consistently with my mouth shut, with things being thrown at you stating that you don't care about your community, that you're dubious, that you're corrupt, I have to say something. I'm not gonna vote on this because I have no idea what it is. And I have been known in my community, and my community is all of Osceola County, to vote with information. I'm not gonna be bullied into doing something because you're using fancy words and making the rest of us feel like we don't care about our community. I need more information. That's it. And if I don't get it, and you wanna go ahead and do the vote now so that you can make a point and grandstand in front of all these people while you're on camera, then so be it. But I don't have information, and I don't vote on anything without information.
Is this a program to help local governments and minority
I have not
organizations?
heard of it, and I would like to have more information. I would especially like it to be on the agenda. Don't give me those eyes, because I understand what's happening here, and I'm tired of us pretending like it's not happening. Okay?
Mr. Arguello, then we're gonna move forward.
Okay.
I
So,
think we just called a vote, yes? I will be fine with being the lone person saying no and standing for my principles. I need more information. I vote for my community consistently, and I have a reputation for doing that. And I'm not afraid of you using words against me on the dais to say otherwise. My community knows who I am and where my heart stands. So I think we're ready to take a vote.
Mrs. Castillo, I would just calm down for a minute.
No, stop saying that, because you know that it makes me look bad because I'm a woman. Stop using the calm down and stop being emotional in public because you know that it bothers me, okay? It's disrespectful, and I'm tired of it. You do it all the time, and I just sit here and take it. I'm done taking it, John. This is where we are. We're gonna take a vote.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may continue.
Yes, I called a vote.
Mr. Chairman,
We gotta have a second
We had a
to
second.
call the question.
So-
We have a second to call the question?
Mr. Melendez seconded the motion.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? I didn't hear, but is that 5-0 then? My head nods?
Yep.
Okay. So, we have a motion by Mr. Arguello with a second by Mr. Melendez to establish a veterans,
Veterans, women, minority, local.
disadvantaged program. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Aye. Motion fails 2-3.
Mr. Chairman, could I back up 1 second to me?
Yep.
I needed to report to the board. Pursuant to board policy, when a complaint comes in against a board member, it's funneled to me, and I am to give it to an outside attorney to look into. It's appropriate because I can tell you, my instinct is always, I'm here to defend and protect this board and its members, so I can't be objective from that standpoint. For the record, I have engaged outside counsel, not within this community, to look into what Mr. Horner has raised. He'll do a written report, and I'll report back to you.
And Mr. Arguello, post approval report of contracts brought to the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to use not so complicated words on this one. So we have.
Why is this allowed?
What?
Why is this allowed? We do this all the time. This guy is super disrespectful, and then I get told that I'm super emotional.
I didn't say, I've talked to
No,
both of y'all. Both of y'all just.
This has got to stop, okay? It has got to stop. It is improper for our community. The way that this community is currently divided because of one person on this board, that was unnecessary, and you know it.
It was unnecessary. My apologies. Also, screaming and yelling across the dais.
I am
also-
passionate.
Let's move on.
And I'm not going to be made ashamed for being passionate because I have integrity, and I'm tired of my integrity being questioned.
You should not be ashamed for your passion. You should be ashamed for your behavior.
Once
If I
again,
may.
here we go.
We're going to.
Here we go. Let's continue dividing the community to
May
the
I, Mr.
point where
Chairman?
we can't do any work.
Ms. Castillo, we've got to move on. We got to get this done, and or we're going to adjourn the meeting and go home in just a minute. So, you've got a motion or tell us what it is. Tell me
Yes,
what
sir.
it is.
So what I have here is a post-approval report of contracts brought to the board upon request. So essentially, this will be a motion that allows a section to be added to the agenda where the board be provided a report on the return on investment for approved contracts after 6 and 18 months. Most of our contracts are 3 years with a year for extension, potentially an optional year after that. So essentially, it's a report that shall be done in partnership with vendors, whereby they provide us a list of questions regarding how they have fulfilled the intent, and then they self-grade their performance. So it's not something that's a huge leap, it's just a matter of a business being able to report that they have made a return on investment of our investment, and it's also us to be able to look and have a chance to review, for example, with a consultant or with a lobbyist or whatever, after a year, after 6 months, after 18 months, anyone on the board may request that the vendor execute this post-approval report. So that's my motion.
Okay.
Yes, we may ask questions,
No,
please do.
we got a motion, we gotta get a second.
I haven't actually motioned yet.
Oh, I thought you said that's my motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so moved.
Okay.
You heard me.
Had a motion by Mr. Arguello.
Second.
Second by Mr. Melendez, and if I could, I've got a question.
Yes.
Because I'm not totally following you. Let me tell you what I think you said.
Absolutely.
We would have the option as a board, this would not be like a standard thing. If we said, okay, we want to see how Fred's Landscaping's done, they've been here 18 months, I want to know how they're doing. But I'm really asking them, how are we performing for you? Are you making money on us? Is this a good contract for you?
No.
I
No, sir.
misunderstood you then.
Yes,
Say it
so
again.
essentially what it is, let's use the same example of a lawn care company. We, at any point in time, a board member may request that this vendor provide us with a 6-month and an 18-month documentation where they self-grade their performance and their contract to us. So, for example, let's say that I request one for Mr. Lawn Care. Mr. Lawn Care comes back and says, this is my contract, these are the general, this is a summary of my contract. This is what I get paid, this is the return on investment. I've received 5 complaints, I've addressed all those complaints and I've rectified them in a certain way. And so this contract is good, and this is my reasoning for deserving the optional extension and so on.
Do we have that in our existing contracts, I guess? The ability to ask that?
Yeah, you do have the ability to ask that.
Okay. So,
the only thing I would say to you is, if you were gonna do it, you make it standardized.
Absolutely.
Because if you don't make everybody do it, the minute one of you asks that X do it, I'm gonna hear all this stuff about reasons why you're asking about that one.
well, yeah, and that's my question is really I'm not sure I see that as a board function, but as a
staff function.
As a staff function, the people that stay with the landscaping, whoever the person is in charge of landscaping, that's his role, is to ask that and figure that out. I don't, as a board member, I don't want to be asking I don't want to be asking somebody about a landscaping company to report back to us. I think it's well within my right to ask Dr. Pace, hey, I've heard Mr. Landscaper
That's correct.
hasn't showed up at any of his schools in 6 months, can you check on that? Then it's their job to follow through. And I'm not sure I'm
Under the
understanding.
statutory scheme, this board would say to Dr. Pace, Dr. Pace, we consider it important to have reports on the following, and we're asking you to get it done. And then it's her responsibility to oversee the administration and management of the day-to-day operations. So if the board wants to say, Dr. Pace, come back and just let us know how you're gonna set this up on periodic reporting on the return on investment. Is there satisfactory performance, et cetera? That's something you have the authority to ask Dr. Pace to do.
Yeah, we already have that.
This is a move.
No, I'm saying you have that authority to do
But I'm not sure
what's being
where-
asked, but the board's gotta ask her to do it. One board member can't ask her to do it.
And so that's if I may, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me. So essentially, the intent of this is exactly that. The issue is right now that we cannot really do that. What we would do is say, hey, Dr. Pace, can we add this extra step to, would you find out about this? But we really shouldn't, to me, it is our responsibility to make sure that as stewards of the taxes, then we should be making sure that we are being responsible stewards. And every so often, there may be contracts, lawn care, for example, that we would like to review, and that it should come before the board. If we're the approving body, then we should also be the reviewing body. If we were not, if this was a contract under $50,000, it will never see us, right? But we do vote on it. So if I'm gonna put my name on something, then I wanna be able to make sure that at some point it made a return on investment to the people of this community who are paying for it. And so, to me, that's what this is really about. It's just a simple report, 1 or 2 pages. One second, Mr. Melendez, I'll finish wrap up quick. 1 or 2 pages of a report, simple questions. It allows vendors to self-grade, so it's not something that's impossible for them to do. It's not too difficult. They provide it, we can request it. It's in their documentation already. It comes before the board. If in fact I find something that I don't like in one of those reports, which I can request, then I can bring it to the board after 6 or 18 months and we can review it. That's all.
Yeah, I want to know that if I can, make it like an annual performance review, so that way it's not so random and it's easier to administer. Say at the end of the year, all the contracts, hey, how do we do? Just like how we evaluate the superintendent's performance at the end of the year or the school board attorney, I think that's a valid question to do a performance review of all of our vendor contracts at the end of the year. And make it a standard template form to ask certain questions based on their services they provide, so it doesn't look like we're targeting a specific vendor.
You're okay with that, man?
So actually,
Are you okay with amending that, John, to make it once a year, like an annual, call it like an annual performance review, where they can self-evaluate, we'll have a set of template questions to prompt them for?
in theory, yes, and here's why I made it 6 months or 18 months, is because that in 6, sorry.
Finish, sir.
So in 6 months, it's fresh, right? So you can review, you can do a spot check and make sure that somebody's been doing their job without it causing much damage to the school district. In 18 months, they'll be halfway through most of their contracts, right? Most of the agents. So at the halfway point, to me, that's what made sense. But if the board thinks that 1 year is better, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Could I make a recommendation?
Sure.
The board wants to have a review process set up where these reports are done. If the board says, yeah, we'd like that, could you give Dr. Pace, myself, purchasing and that, and we'll bring it back to you at the next meeting and flush it out. So I hate writing policy at a table, but I know what you want. But we may come back and say, these contracts ought to be looked at every year, these contracts ought to be looked at every year and a half, depending upon the nature of the work.
Yeah, my concern with this is administrative, quite frankly. Two parts of administrative. One is what it takes to get it done. 2 is, I'm not sure, in my own mind, I'm not sure where the board, when the motion, I'm sorry, Julius, I talk louder, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm part of talking to John, so everybody, I guess. The one is the administration of putting it together. 2 is the administration. I'm not sure I see that the board's role is to have, I don't know how many contracts we have, hundreds of contracts reported on, keep track of it. And I don't think as a board member, I feel that that's my role to look at all that. And if people are doing all that and I'm not looking at it, that seems really not too good. So, John, you got a comment? Then let's take a vote soon here.
Yeah, my only comment is that, I think that we've already discussed, I think it is our role, but it's not that much, it's not a huge hurdle. We're talking about a line in the sand, not a wall to climb over. It's a 1-2-page document which we can agree to create and modify as time goes on. And it's not something that has to be overly complex, nor is it costing our purchasing department any trouble because it's the vendor self-grading themselves based on our form. So the vendor just says, you know what, they can give themselves straight A's, and you can raise, but they, in most cases, I think that what we will do is, number 1, create a good working relationship with our vendor that allows a 2-way conversation, and 2, it will allow us to be better at our jobs of being good stewards of the taxpayer money.
Dr. Pace?
Just a couple of clarifying questions. At one time, we talked about upon board member request. Is it now this would be in place for every contract?
I think so, yes.
And would it be the responsibility of someone in our purchasing department, or say, for example, the business owner, to have a tickler that says every 6 months I need to follow up with so-and-so's lawn care company to make sure that we get this information back to the board?
What I envision is in their contract that it tells them that you are required to do this at 6 months and once again at 18 months. And then after that, not again. And that's all. They submit a self-report card at 6 months. They submit a self-report card at 18 months. And they can put the information that they believe belongs on there, and that's it.
So this is something that we would add to our contracts moving forward? Would it be retroactive?
No.
Okay. I think I'm starting to understand. I just wanted to make sure for clarity's sake that I understood what the board's expectation was.
Now, the one thing is, John, if I can add to that, since we're having this kind of discussion, is I do want staff the ability to, if they note something, to not just rely 100% on self-reporting. Like if procurement knows that they didn't meet a milestone, or let's say the principal goes, oh man, you guys didn't lead, I'm just using the Long as example, they just underperformed. I want staff the ability to annotate that in a file, so not just be 100% self-reporting.
Jobs. Dr. Pace?
And we do take care of, we do follow up and put things in writing as necessary, whether it's not, and it might be an email, it may be a directive, but those things are done on a regular basis by the business owner of the contract.
I think I understand what the gist of this is now. Still a disagreement board issue, but board, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez about a post-approval report, adding it to all of our contracts, reporting back to the board. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify likewise.
Aye.
Aye. Motion fails 2-3. We have, I think, one more item of new business, which is one I brought.
Two more.
Okay, me and that kind of roll them into one if we can. This is just something, one of the teachers who spoke today kind of talked about reflection, and for whatever reason, I was reflective in the last couple of weeks. Since this new board convened 9 months ago, tried to treat everybody on this board, staff, and those addressing the board with respect and dignity. Giving everyone time to speak and address issues, whether in agreement with each other or disagreement. Transparency requires all views to be openly discussed in the sunshine. However, in doing so, I feel I've let the superintendent, staff, students, and constituents down by not stressing the authority of the board versus individual board members. As an individual board member, I have very little authority to do anything on my own. My authority as a board member lies in the collective decisions we make as a group in public meetings. That being said, I'm getting very concerned about the direction the district is going and the time that we, as individual board members, are taking from staff and the superintendent from doing their jobs. We seem to have lost the concept that our authority resides in the actions of a board of 5 people. The power and authority of the board is in the hands of the board and not the individual members. We must come back to that realization. There's a reason that there are 5 of us on this board. I will take responsibility for allowing politics to creep into the board discussions, as we as a group need to refocus on our roles of promoting a very strong school system that is focused on our mission of inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. Since the first meeting of this board, I feel we have lost focus on our mission. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the best way to address this for the district. I looked to our school board rules for some guidance on how the school board should function. These rules are in place to foster full transparency, and since that is a common theme, it seems like a good time to reiterate and eliminate confusion within our rules. School board rules, Chapter 2, Section 2.20, Responsibilities and Authority of the Board. This is directly from the school board rules. No school board member, by virtue of holding elective office, shall exercise any administrative responsibility with respect to the schools, or as an individual, command the services of any school board employee. The board shall not give instructions to or exert undue influence over employees who report directly or indirectly to the superintendent. I believe the first step would be to follow the above existing rule and require individual school board members to direct all requests through the superintendent. Our rules do not give us the authority to go directly to staff, including school principals. This has mounted over several years of board members going directly to staff with questions, probably 10 or 20 years. That seemed to work. However, this has morphed into directing staff to perform major projects, preventing them from doing their jobs. I think if we go back to our procedures of directing all requests to the superintendent, it will help. The superintendent can direct staff, which is her legally required responsibility as superintendent. If staff, including principals, are directly asked to perform a task by an individual board member, they should respectfully reply that they are not able to do so unless requested by the superintendent. If the superintendent does not fulfill a request, the board member can bring that request to the full board, who will vote on whether to instruct the superintendent to carry out the task or not. There also seems to be some question of whether school boards can use facilities for their own use. Our school board rules address this also. Community use of facility, use of building and grounds. Facilities are only for use in the educational program, except as otherwise specifically permitted in this rule, including non-school uses allowed in subparagraph E and F below. I would propose the following addition to this use in order to clarify any discrepancy or misunderstanding. To be clear, a school board member is first and foremost a private citizen and has the rights of any citizen, but no more rights than any citizen when functioning outside the guise of officially sanctioned school board events. It is a given that role of school board members acting as private citizens can easily become blurred, actions and use of facilities. I would propose the following language to the superintendent to have added to our school board rules in the normal fashion of adopting school board rules. Individual school members may use district facilities for personal initiatives or non-school board sponsored events under the same terms and conditions as organizations and community members may. Such use shall comply with this policy and the standard facility use agreement. The school board meeting room shall not be subject to lease or use any time by school board members unless an event that has been approved by the majority of the board. There has also been some question as to individual board members' use of school district logos, letterhead, seals, or trademarks of the district. Our school board rules are not as direct as other items in the rules. However, use of these items gives the appearance of an official declaration or document of the school district or board. This has been done, and I as a member do not think it's appropriate in any form. I would like to propose the following language to the superintendent to have added to our school board rules in the normal fashion of adopting school board rules. The use of the district logos, letterhead, seals, trademarks, and district social media accounts by employees, administration, and school board members when not performing the role of an employee, administrator, or school board member should be prohibited. This completely goes against transparency and clearly gives the appearance of a school board sanctioned action or event. They are the property of the district and can only be used for district sanctioned business. These types of events or actions will have been approved by the board. I'd like to ask the superintendent to have the school board rule written to support this concept. Lastly, it's all been a school board norm that district property or district events are in no way a place to promote one's political candidacy or other political candidates. Politics has no place on district property or at district events, or such as using district sponsorship resources to promote political candidacy for the election in any position. I would like to ask the superintendent to have a school board rule to support this. I would propose the following motion. Motion 1, reaffirm school board rule 2.2 as I just read. Item number 2, instruct the superintendent to have added to our school board rules in the normal fashion of adopting school board rules. Individual school board members may use district facilities for personal initiative or school board sponsored events under the same terms and conditions as organization and community members. Such use shall comply with this policy and the standard facilities use agreement. School board meeting rooms shall not be subject to lease use at any time by school board members unless an event has been approved by the majority of the board. 3, instruct the superintendent to have added to our school board rules the normal fashion of adopting school board rules. The use of school district logos, letterhead, seals, trademarks, district social media accounts, or employees, administrator, or school board members when not performing in that role as an employee, administrator or school board members should be prohibited. This goes against transparency and clearly gives the appearance of a school board sanctioned event or action. They are the property of the district and can only be used by the district sanctioned business. These types of events or actions have been approved by them, unless these events or actions have been approved by the board. Instruct the superintendent to have a school board rule written to prohibit political promotions on school board property at district events or when acting in the capacity as a school board member. And that is my motion. There's 4 parts to it.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Arguello, I think you were first.
Absolutely. So, in what is a veiled, poorly disguised attempt to silence me, I will say that this paragraph right here is a paragraph written on how to address a conflict in the Robert's Rules of Orders. So we have this giant paragraph here on Robert's Rule of Order conflicts, and this language here, this little highlighted line right here, and these little highlighted 2 lines right here is our conflict of interest policy. And it shows exactly how poorly written these rules are, because the intent of these rules is not to actually govern a school district in any responsible or credible fashion. In fact, it's written to do nothing more than promote yourself. So that's number 1. Number 2, in this just amazing, again, I think that was a 10-minute motion in an attempt to silence one school board member, right? Yet, we don't have any language that is, or any addressing of the fact that just a couple of hours ago, I was practically attacked by another school board member behind that door right there. And in a behavior so grotesque, so abusive, okay, that I'm considering pressing charges. So here, excuse me, I'm still speaking. So 1, that's absolutely in here. So we don't have a policy here to protect each other from professional behavior. In fact, what we allow is for one school board member to be abusive and scream and yell, okay, that people, that's an actual fact. And number 2.
That's got nothing to do with my motions.
Yeah, it does, actually, but you're making, and instead of addressing an actual problem on this school board, you're talking about one school board member who's doing his job that the people elected him to do. So, that's great, but I think that the public knows exactly what this is intended to do. It's intended to silence one school board member from using a logo that says School Board Member District 3, which I will continue to use after this, okay? And number 2, we're not addressing the fact that we have one school board member who's absolutely out of control in her behavior towards other school board members here. So I would address that first.
I need you to advise me on what I need to do in order to protect myself from these constant allegations. I'm tired of it. I cannot do my job. I cannot do my job.
I'm gonna advise both of you to cease commenting about each other at this meeting, right? I will confer with you on what you've asked me, all right? But cease it. Mr. Thacker has made a motion. Did you make?
And there's a second.
There's a second, but it is not appropriate to have these individual attacks, right?
Is that even possible? Because you're restricting, like, for instance, you know, like what you had mentioned, there's a school district logo, and then we also have 2 different letterheads. We have a letterhead that's official capacity of the school district, then we have our individual respective members. That's like going to a congressman. You're not allowed to write a letter to a constituent on your congressional letterhead without approval of the House of Representatives or the Senate. You know, that's not possible. That's like
You could do that.
severely limiting them. You know, you can't tell somebody, you can't just use your own letterhead that belongs to you, you know? And that's why we created 2 different templates, and 2 different templates exist for that very purpose, to not obfuscate the fact that it is coming specifically from one person and not the other.
All right, Judy.
He's even legally allowed to do that.
Wait a minute. Let's keep an order here. Terry was, I had her on before you did, and if you'd.
I'm sorry,
Let's just stay in order. Terry?
I have nothing else to say.
Okay. Deborah was next, and back to you, Julius.
I don't know.
Oh, your light was on.
Yes, sir, I apologize.
My light doesn't come on, so,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But Julius, I'm sorry.
Yeah, from top to bottom, I agree with your initial statement in your motion, which already exists. That is, you know, we direct the superintendent, we don't direct staff. And state statute actually says we're allowed to ask questions. So state statute is very specific about school board members being able to visit schools, ask questions, and ascertain data. And as a matter of fact, the state statute even says that it is prohibitive of any school board member to create a motion to restrict that access. So we have to be careful. So before we even go on with this motion, we may even have to TP this motion for its legality. Because the state statute is very specific and it says the school board member cannot even create any rules or policies to prohibit the board member's ability to visit schools and be able to speak
My
to.
motion did not in any way, and if it was unclear that way, did not in any way prohibit going to schools, didn't prohibit asking questions, it prohibited instructing people to do something. That was it. It's not been, I would fully expect that if somebody's got a question, they call somebody. If that question has a 14-hour time to respond, to do stuff, that's a different issue. But 99% of the question everybody here asks, you're asking somebody who knows the answer to it, and they're gonna answer the question, so it's not meant to be that. I'm not sure. Mr. Bass.
Listen, there's a lot of saber rattling up here, and both of you know the document that we're talking about. And I'm here for the people, and I'm here for the students, and I'm here for the teachers, and I'm actually here for these board members. I care about everybody in this room. At our last board meeting, a legislative update was given. There were some questions that, as far as the performance of the contract, it was 100%. There was no question about that. And Mr. Arguello brought up some questions about Mr. Horner's filing. I'm not a lobbyist, I don't know the answers. We instructed our board attorney, as we're supposed to do, to investigate it and bring back a response at this board meeting. From that point to this point, there should be no communication because we don't have all the answers. Immediately after that, there was on district letterhead, and it looked like it was vetted through the school district. And it was written in such a way, written by a in third person, to make all of us look bad, and Mr. Arguello, and to make yourself look good. And when I read it, I was like, wow, who wrote this? Because it looked like it was written exactly, and your skills of crafting, the words and the paragraph, God bless you, you're good at that. But it was not the time and the place. And if we do not, if I did that for any one of you two, you'd be crucifying me. So all we're trying to do is to keep order here and not let any one of us go rogue and start saying anything derogatory and putting it on letterhead and stationery and sending it out to the news media without, I didn't even have a chance to even comment on it. You shouldn't have said anything between that point and this point. That's all. That was kind of what kind of started the ball rolling with this. As far as this, from what I understand, that's the way I'm taking it.
Mr. Bass, two things. Number one, I don't make anyone look bad. Everyone is responsible for their own reputation. Everyone is responsible for their own performance, regardless of how well or how poorly I write a press release put out on my letterhead as the elected member of the school board from District 3, number one. Number two, you're telling me that I need to seek your permission before I myself make a statement on what my beliefs are? That's a ridiculous bar to set. And so from now on, we're not gonna get opinions from anyone else who's elected before the body itself? No, sir. I have an opinion. I was elected with majority in my district. I am serving the county of my district and the county at large, and I have an opinion and I will make it. And it doesn't matter how many motions, how many rules you put here, I will continue to make my opinion known. And unlike everyone else on this board, I basically am an independent thinker who does what he believes is best for the district. Everyone else votes lockstep. That's your guys' right to do that. I decide that I'm gonna vote in one way or another on my own. I will make my own comment, and I will continue to use my elected office for the benefit of the people of this county. However you use your office, however you use your elected position is up to you. I do not tell you that you can't go to a school and make a statement without our permission. That is ridiculous. My letterhead clearly states, John Arguello, District 3, and I wrote that myself. So you're literally, not only is it questionable whether or not it's my First Amendment right, okay? Because that's my name in my elected position. If the governor of this state okay, has a different opinion, I would gladly obey his order telling me that I am not allowed to send out a press release on my own behalf with words that I typed up on my own computer saying what I believe. That is an absurdity that you guys are telling me that I am no longer allowed to make an opinion on my own as an elected official. So let me get this straight, unless I get your guys' permission, I can't make a statement, and I cannot use this room to host people as a school board member. So you guys are setting precedents. You know what? Terry and I both come to the meetings early, right? So we're no longer allowed to use our office back here unless you guys approve that?
That's our.
That's absolutely what's in there, sir, so maybe you should reread your motion, because that's exactly what's in that motion. We're not allowed to use anything that the public cannot use, okay, without the prior approval of the entire board. Well, sir, that's not accessible to the public use, so essentially I cannot use my own office, okay, without your permission. It's ridiculous. You guys are overstepping because you guys are not doing a great job for the community. And if you were, I guarantee you, it would be me trying to catch up to you and silence you instead of you silencing me. Why don't you guys start working on behalf of the community first and then try to silence me second? And then you won't have to worry about it. You won't even have to think about me.
I'd like to make a motion to call the question.
Second.
All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2 to call the question. There's motion on the floor, Mr. Thacker, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2. And just one, I'm not gonna talk about this anymore, one clarifying part of that motion is for Dr. Pace to write those things that make sense. I clearly know I didn't write them to make sense. Tanya?
Just so I understand, because there's two separate agenda items, did we just?
I
vote
try
on
to
the-
combine them into one.
Is that allowed?
Okay, so we're gonna, okay,
Well, get rid of the second one, I put them in the first one, it's fine.
okay.
I don't know if it's allowed or not. Board members, do we have anything else? Because we have an executive session still, I think. Dr. Pace?
I do need an executive session because we were scheduled to go to bargaining on Thursday.
Okay. Board members, anything else, or we want to recess to the executive session? Hearing nothing, we will recess to the executive session and we'll adjourn the meeting at the end of the executive session.